Black Woman Luxury by Tyler Walker.
Olivia is a very good nurse with some very real money problems.
One day, a patient of hers passes away and leaves a will that gives her a bunch of money. On one condition.
That she marry his grandson.
What kind of person does this man have to be for his grandpa to pimp him out?
Apparently the most attractive kind. Someone check her blood pressure. This white boy has her heart pumping, and mine too.
Listen on to find out just what Olivia has to do to get that inheritance. And remember that the unabridged version of any of Miss Tyler's audiobooks is available at tylerwalker.com.
Trust me, you ain't gonna want to miss these steamy scenes that YouTube won't allow. Sweeten the deal and listen at a discount when you use code SAVE40.
We love bringing you these free full audiobooks here on YouTube, almost as much as we love reenacting the dirty details. But your support is what keeps them coming.
So don't forget to subscribe to Miss Tyler's channel and like this video to keep the content coming.
This is Tyler Walker's Black Woman Luxury.
Chapter 1. Olivia. As I rise with my alarm clock, I notice the beautiful sunshine beaming through my windows. I stretch my arms before climbing out of my comforter to prepare for the day. After my stretch, I climb out of bed and walk over to my window, gazing at the city below me. People walk their dogs on the sidewalk, and children play in the park down the street. I love my view of the neighborhood. I begin my usual morning tasks, starting the coffee pot and pouring myself some cereal. As the coffee pot goes to work, I jump in the shower. The longer I spend under the hot water, the harder it is to convince myself to get out. As I finish rinsing the conditioner out of my hair, I shut off the water and step out onto the cold floor. I wrap myself in my towel and step forward to look in the mirror. The steam has completely taken over, so I use my hand to swirl it away, exposing the mascara running down my cheeks. I laugh at the sight of myself as I reach into the drawer and pull out my makeup wipes. One by one, I take the raccoon look off of each eye. I brush through my tangled hair and apply my leave-in conditioner. I leave the towel wrapped around me as I blow dry it. After I'm sporting a new face of makeup and my hair is all done, I go into my room and pick out the scrubs I want to wear. Finally, I enter the kitchen fully dressed and pour my brewed coffee into my favorite bright pink travel mug. I slip on my shoes and head out the door. I listen to music the whole way to work to pump me up. I love the residents, but I must mentally prepare for each shift. I've been at the nursing home for 3 years, and I've gotten extremely close to many patients there. But there is one man in particular I have gotten to know. His name is Franco. He reminds me of my late grandfather, so I always look forward to seeing him. When I arrive in the building, I start with my daily tasks. Once the opening procedures are done, it's time to see the residents. I walk down the hall into Franco's room to start. "Good morning, doll," he says. His eyes light up as soon as I walk into the room. He is always so happy to see me. He must love the company. He seldom has visitors, and if he does, they are distant relatives who don't seem to treat him well. So our morning chats do him good. "Good morning, Franco. How'd you sleep?" I ask. "Like a log. Are you ready for our walk?" He stands up from the edge of his bed. "I've been waiting for you. You know it's my favorite part of the day." "Of course I'm ready. I'm here to get you. Let's go." We head out on our voyage to the garden like we do every morning. He always tells me how much these walks mean to him, and today, just like every day, he does it again. Along with telling me how much he appreciates the walks, he tells me his whole life story over again too, always making sure to mention his daughter. He tells me he only has one and that she won't speak to him. She eloped, and we became estranged. He says it the same way every time he tells it. It saddens me to see his face fall every time he says he misses her, but that she thinks it's better if they don't contact each other. I just don't understand how someone can write him off, put him in a home like this and never talk or visit. On this particular day, I decide to offer my assistance. "I want to help you find her, Franco. I can see how much not hearing from her hurts you, which makes me sad, I say as we enter the garden. I appreciate your kindness, dear, but I have to decline your offer politely. She might hopefully be happy in her family and her life. She doesn't need a burden like me in her life. Franco, you are not a burden. Don't think like that. She would be lucky to have you in her life. And I'm sorry she doesn't see that. I grab his hand and squeeze it, trying to assure the poor older man that I'm serious. He squeezes mine back and shoots me a smile. We continue walking through the garden, and I drop him off in the sunroom he likes. He spends most of his days gazing out the vast windows, basking in the sun. I wave at him and make my way down the hall to check on the other residents on my list. I continue throughout the day as usual until the night shift arrives, and I'm free to go. I head home and make dinner. I fall asleep in bed with the TV light shining on my face. The next morning, the sun shines through my window, waking me again. I follow my usual morning routine and grab my coffee as I head out the door. I'm singing along to every song on the radio today and belting it louder than I should be. I didn't sleep well last night, being too upset over Franco's loneliness. He is such a kind man. And watching him have so much guilt about his daughter is awful. I can't help but think how glad I am that he loves our walks. Giving him something to look forward to means a lot to me. I arrive at the nursing home and head to my spot behind the counter to set my things down. When I finish my tasks, it's time to head to Franco's room for our walk. Today, I'm a little bit more excited than usual. Now that I know he won't try to contact her, I'll do my best to make him feel special. "Good morning, Franco," I say as I walk into his room. I'm carrying my clipboard, so I don't look up at him right away until I don't get a response. As soon as I look up, I notice he's still in bed. I walk over to where he's lying and repeat it. "Good morning, Franco." Still, there's no answer. I tap on his shoulder and notice his body is cold. I roll him onto his back, trying to wake him up, but it's no use. I scream frantically for help, my shrieks echoing down the hallway. A few minutes later, our medics run in and do all they can to try and help him, but it's too late. He's gone, they call it, and I walk out of the room feeling numb. I can't see through the tears filling my eyes and pouring down my cheeks. My whole body's shaking. I stare at the floor as I walk to my station. As soon as I get to my chair, I sit on the floor beside it, hiding. No one can see me like this. I need to get it together. I hear my colleague on the phone with Franco's relatives. "They're on their way to get him," she says on her way past me. I nod and sit there thinking of how upsetting it is that all he has for a family are distant relatives that rarely see him and aren't the nicest people when they do. Over the next several hours, I sit at my desk, trying to get through the day's tasks, checking on the other residents when they need something, doing the bare minimum to get through the rest of the day so I can go home and process this in private. Suddenly, two people in suits walk in, a man and a woman. The woman steps forward to my desk. "I'm the relative of Franco Norris, and this is Dan Vargas with the funeral home. We're here to pick up his remains," she says, never even looking me in the eyes. "Oh yes, I'm so sorry for your loss," I say quietly. "Sure, where is he?" "Of course. Back this way." I walk past them and head down the hallway. Carrying the clipboard paperwork she'll need to sign. She's filling out the paperwork as the funeral home employees do what they're hired to do. When she finishes the paperwork, she hands the clipboard back to me and starts to follow the men out of the room. "Wait," I say, stopping her. She angrily turns to look at me. "What?" she grumbles. "What about his daughter? Have you contacted her about this? Does she know what's happened?" "She's never contacted me. I'll take care of him." She walks past me and out the doors. Watching him leave brought back the tears. I felt so sorry for him and guilty for not giving him more time with me. I spend the rest of the day trying to hide my feelings. I smile at the other residents in the same circumstances Franco had been in. If anything, his death has taught me that I will start spending more time with those I know don't have visitors. All these people need is someone to spend some time with, someone they can share their stories with. The day finally ends, and I make my way home. As I open the door to my dark house and hang my keys on the hook by the door, I slide off my shoes. I don't even bother putting them where they usually go. I go into the bathroom and start the tub. All I can think about is soaking in some boiling hot water and trying to forget today's events. As the tub fills, I enter the kitchen and open the fridge, grabbing the half bottle of wine from the door. I spend the night sipping wine and relaxing until I crawl into bed and fall into a deep sleep. Over the next week, I force myself to go through the motions. I follow the same boring routine and the same tasks at work, until a few mornings later, my phone rings. I don't recognize the number, but I feel I should answer it for some reason. "Hello," I say. "Hello, Miss Porter?" I hear a man's voice ask. "Yes, who's this?" "I'm Mr. Harrington, Franco Norris's lawyer. Nice to finally chat with you." "Yeah, you too, I guess. But why would you be calling me? Is something wrong?" "I need to meet with you. Are you free today?" "Sure." "Perfect. 1 p.m., okay?" "Sounds good." "I'll email you the address. See you then." He hangs up the phone, and I stare at the blank screen, trying to process what he said. What can it be? Does Franco have last wishes?
Chapter 2. Clarke. I pull my white Lamborghini into the driveway of the massive home I grew up in. Much time has passed, but somehow this 8-bedroom home that I've always called my palace still manages to look the same. As I've grown older, I often wonder why we needed so much space for 3 people. Most of the bedrooms were just nicely decorated for the sole purpose of collecting dust. My long legs lethargically ascend the marble steps towards the front doors, making me realize just how exhausted I am from the day. Despite my own condition, I can't refuse an invitation to have dinner with my mother. She has been lonely and miserable for as long as I can remember, and as her only child, I still go out of my way to grant her any bit of joy when I can. I use my key to let myself in the front door, then I am immediately greeted by Trevor when he hears the door close. He has devoted his whole life to the Freedstone estate, handling everything from the cooking and cleaning to the yard work for the past 30 years. He even looked after me many times when my parents were away, so I considered him my uncle. His raspy voice echoes through the wide corridor. Is that my troublemaking nephew? In the flesh. I place my keys on an end table by the door, then cover the distance between us, bending my tall body down to hug him. "Uncle Trevor, are you shrinking in your old age?" I tease as I stand tall after our embrace, observing how the top of his head comes to the center of my torso. "You've always been a giant." He playfully raises his hand to pat my back several times. "I always tell you that you missed your calling. With your height, you should have been a basketball player." We walk together with our arms around each other through the sunken living room towards the dining room on the main floor. You know, sports were never my thing. I smirk arrogantly. I couldn't let these good looks go to waste. My mother, Elena, rises from the end of the long dining room when she sees us, chiming in at the end of my comment. "That's right, Clarke. I gave you those good looks to begin with." Trevor releases his arm from my lower back, allowing me to go to her. "I'll go grab dinner." "Thanks, Trevor." Elena smiles warmly as she wraps her arms around me, burying her face into my chest. "I'm so glad you came." "Of course, Mom." I hold her chair open for her, then she lowers herself into it. As I walk around the table, I notice her eyes studying me as I sit across from her. "Is this outfit from your latest collection?" The look of approval is evident on her face. "Yes." I glance down at the red leather motorcycle jacket covering the black and white checkered shirt underneath. This is probably my favorite theme of the clothing brand to date. "I can see why." Elena picks up her glass of Chardonnay and takes a long sip. You look like a race car driver. I remember how you used to be glued to the television screen whenever racing was on. I guess in a way I'm living out my childhood dream. I reach for my wine glass that is already filled with white wine, then bring it to my lips for a taste. I've always had an affinity for speed. And you have the speeding tickets to show for it. She raises an eyebrow, which was always her way of scolding me. It would be nice if you could slow down in all aspects of your life. I already know where this conversation is heading. My mother has a habit of giving me relationship advice when she has the worst track record of all. She's still married to my father despite his many years of abuse and neglect. Albeit I have my own relationship with them both, I have no memories of them being a happy couple in love. Many married couples stay together for the sake of their child, but why they are still married when I'm 32 years old now is beyond me. All I'm saying is a handsome, successful man like you should have a good woman by his side. You're too old for the games now. Her bold, gray eyes that I have carbon copies of stare into my soul. When are you going to start dating someone seriously? I am. I'll have her meet you when I'm ready to take that next step. The right corner of my lips quirk afterwards, revealing my greatest tell that I was lying. She doesn't seem to notice since Trevor returns with the food as if he's on cue. He places the dishes of chicken and sides down in the center of the table, asks us if we need anything else, then makes himself sparse. I start serving her plate first, knowing that it's one of the things that makes her happy. How have you been spending your time these days? She smiles from ear to ear as she observes me loading her plate with chicken, potato salad, and assorted vegetables. I've recently gotten into pottery making. That's great, Mom. I place her full place in front of her, then serve my own plate. It's important to give time to your hobbies. Knowing that my mother battles with depression is a constant concern of mine. She's a very delicate woman who will fake a smile pretending everything is fine when it's not. Whenever I suggest that she gets help, she always shoots it down. I can still feel my mother's eyes boring a hole through my skull as I focus on my plate. Let's eat before it gets cold. I pick up my fork and knife, then slice the grilled chicken breast into smaller pieces. She daintily takes a few bites of her potato salad, clearly more interested in me eating my food than the plate that sits in front of her. I can't help but notice how her face gets thinner every time I see her, causing a new fear that she could be self-inflicting pain onto herself by not eating. The sudden ringtone of her phone makes my thoughts come to a halt. Elena pulls the phone from her pocket, staring at the screen before pushing back in her chair, then standing. Excuse me while I take this. I watch her leave in the direction of her room as she answers the call, then her voice trails off to silence. I decide to go to her when she doesn't return to the table after 10 minutes. My right hand is about to knock on her door when I hear her crying on the other side of it. Mom? Is everything okay? She only responds with her sobbing that she doesn't attempt to hide. I open the door to find her kneeled on the floor, crying into the expensive sheets of her bed. Mom, what happened? I take fast steps over to her, raising her body from the floor and gently seating her onto the bed. I sit next to her, still waiting eagerly for an explanation. She clenches both sides of my leather jacket with her hands, weeping onto the satin fabric of my shirt. Your grandfather just died. What? I always assumed he died long ago since he was never mentioned. I've had a living grandparent this entire time? I want to respond, but I'm still in shock from the revelation. She moves out of my embrace, looking down at her hands in her lap as she gives me an explanation. He was in a nursing home, and it's not like I didn't want to contact him. Things got complicated ever since I married your father. Your grandfather was against the marriage, so your father and I eloped, which caused even more of a rift. Your dad gave me an ultimatum, making me cut ties with my family. I reach for her hands, holding them in mine to comfort her, while I still try to process all the information that she just dropped on me. I'm sorry you were in that position. She nods as the tears continue to roll down her face. Years later, when Clarence stopped caring about what I did or didn't do, I went to see my family, but I was so ashamed of choosing a man over them. A man who no longer cared if I was dead or alive. Damn. My father was more of a villain than I'd realized. I've been completely oblivious to the extent of his cruelty, and it makes me feel extremely guilty. But how could I have known? None of this was ever revealed to me before now. I knew that he beat my mother when I was young because it is still a huge part of the trauma that I deal with as an adult. By the time I had entered middle school, my father totally neglected my mom and was seldom around. I realize at this moment that she needs me to be strong for her now more than ever. Do you want to go to the wake? We can go there together. No. She lowers her head with a sniffle. What right do I have to show my face there? Several days pass by and my life returns to normal. I had placed the passing of my grandfather in the back of my mind when I receive a random call from an unknown number. I collapse into my office chair, placing my phone to my ear casually. This is Clarke Freedstone. Mr. Freedstone, my name is George Harrington. I'm your late grandfather's lawyer. I'm calling on his behalf. Good afternoon, Mr. Harrington. I feel utterly confused as to why I would be contacted in the first place. How can I help you? The man responds after being prompted. I have something important to discuss with you. Do you have time tomorrow to come down to my firm? My eyes scan my calendar while my interest peaks. I can make time.
Chapter 3. Olivia. As I'm searching through my clothes, trying to decide what to wear to a meeting with a lawyer, I can't help but wonder what Franco's lawyer would want with me anyways. Maybe he has something in his will that they need me to go over with them. I hope his relatives aren't causing issues. I mean, they didn't even want anything to do with him when he was alive. I decide to go with a nice pair of jeans and a nice black shirt. I have no experience with meetings like this, and I can't imagine it will be too formal. Plus, I'm not even related to the guy, so it can't be too critical of a meeting anyways. I gather my things and head out to the car. I notice the storm clouds overhead as I type the address Mr. Harrington sent me into the GPS. It loads for a few seconds as I buckle into my seatbelt. When it finishes, I put the car in drive and head to the firm. I don't even turn my music on. I just silently think to myself. All of a sudden, it starts to rain. Everyone in the city forgets how to drive when it rains. They all act as if they have never seen water before, causing them to all drive like maniacs. As the storm grows, the traffic grows along with it. The cars start moving slower and slower until, eventually, the cars stop moving altogether and we are all stuck. I watch as the ETA time on my GPS increases. If people don't start to move out of the way soon, I will be late. I sit in my seat impatiently, waiting for someone to start moving. My hand is tapping the steering wheel, and I keep glancing at the clock. The closer it gets to the meeting time, the harder my heart starts to pound. I can feel my anxiety building in my chest with each ticking minute. Finally, the cars ahead of me start slowly moving forward, and the traffic unclusters enough to get going. I continue to my destination of the firm as the clock speeds by. With every passing second, I can feel the panic set in. Until the clock finally hits 1 p.m., the time the meeting is supposed to start. I'm barely pulling up to the building. It takes me forever to find a parking space, but when I finally do, I slide into it and throw my car into park, grabbing my purse and slamming the door behind me. I take off in a sprint to the building. I run as fast as possible into the law firm's lobby and up to the beautiful woman at the front desk. She has long brown hair and the bluest eyes I've ever seen. I also can't help but notice how much lip filler she has as she speaks to me. "Hello, ma'am. How can I help you?" she asks. "Hi. I'm looking for Mr. Harrington's office, actually, and I'm running a little bit late. Everyone in this city forgets how to drive when it rains." I respond, panting. "Oh, yes, they do. It's awful out there. You must be Miss Porter, and he told me to expect you. If you go to those elevators and up to the 24th floor, his office is just 2 doors down." She points to the elevators to the left of where we were. Thank you so much, I say and sprint toward the elevator doors. I push the button to go up repeatedly until it finally opens. I fly into the elevator as soon as they open, slamming my finger onto the 24th floor button. I breathe a sigh of relief when I see it light up. I'm completely out of breath and sweating from running. I can't help being irritable because I'm not late on purpose. In fact, I hate being late, but the weather likes to play tricks on me. I notice how wet I am and how cold it is in the elevator as I try to shake off the water. At least the dampness will give me proof of the reason I'm late, I think as I wipe off my jacket. I rest my back on the side of the elevator wall just as the doors begin to close. Just before they latch shut to begin our journey up the many floors to come, a hand slides in and stops them. They throw themselves back open, and I look up to see who has just slowed me down. To my surprise, it's a man walking in. He's quite possibly the most handsome man I've ever seen. I can tell he doesn't work in the building, as he has on tight dark jeans and dress shoes with a shirt so tight I can see every single one of his muscles. I feel my breath catch in my throat as he walks in and stands beside me. It's taking everything inside of me not to turn and stare. He's devilishly attractive with piercing eyes that make me want to know everything about him. I look at the doors to see him sneakily in the reflection until his gaze catches mine. I quickly look away, acting like his gaze doesn't come with an electric shock. Can this elevator take any longer? I think to myself as the uncomfortable silence creates awkwardness in the air. It's just the two of us, and I definitely won't be the one starting the conversation. He will if he wants to talk and make this ride less weird. He never says a word. He looks down at the phone in his hands, and I scoff to myself. He's beautiful, but he's either extremely shy or arrogant. I can't tell which, but at the same time, I'm not sure why I even care. I'm here for a meeting, and the awkwardness of this elevator ride is just the cherry on top of this day so far. Suddenly, the lights flicker, and my head shoots up to look at them. Then the elevator stops moving, and everything turns black. We're trapped. I start screaming in terror, and out of instinct, grab the handsome man standing beside me. I haven't done well with blackouts since the incident when I was 6. My mother left me alone one night to go to a party, and of course there was an electrical issue when I was stuck all alone. It made the lights go out, and they didn't come back on all night. My mother came home in the morning to find me trembling in the corner of my bedroom. I have never gotten over it, and it creates embarrassing outbursts like this. "Hey, it's all right. Calm down," I hear the handsome man say in the dark. His words don't faze me, and I choose to ignore them. I continue to cling to him, trembling. My past trauma swirls around in my brain as we stand in the dark. I feel the tears rolling down my cheeks the longer we're stuck. Suddenly, the lights turn back on, and the elevator resumes. For the first time, I can fully process what I'm doing and let go of him immediately. I can feel my cheeks start to flush. I can't believe I just did that to a stranger. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to grab onto you like that. It's just the darkness scares me, and I overreacted," I say, apologizing profusely. He throws me a handsome, toothy grin. "It's okay, darling. But you really should just come on to me honestly, if that's your game. Pretending to have nyctophobia won't make me like you more," he says arrogantly. I feel his eyes roam all over my body as he stares, and his smile widens as he gets to my chest. His outrageous comments cause me to shiver in disgust. What the hell is wrong with him? What makes him think he can talk to someone like this? Especially someone he doesn't even know, I think to myself. I stand there, not saying a word. I don't know if he's one of those guys who likes a woman's reaction, whether good or bad, but I'm not going to find out by giving him any reaction at all. Unfortunately, he doesn't take my no response as a hint that I'm not interested, and to my disgust, he decides to continue. "You're my type, So we can go somewhere after my meeting if you want. He smiles again and looks down to check his watch. The longer I stare at him, thinking about all his vulgar comments, my face starts to heat up even more, and my rage flares up in my chest. I'm trying to decide what to do when I remember I carry something with me. For an instance just like this. I reach into my purse and grab my pepper spray. I aim it and spray him in the face just as the elevator stops on my floor. The doors open and I shout at him as I run out of the elevator. Arrogant pervert. God, is my day going to get any worse after meeting that asshole? I think as I make my way to Mr. Harrington's office.
Chapter 4. Clarke. I head for the elevators with swift strides in order to be punctual for my meeting. The doors start to close, but I manage to reach my hand into the gap, causing the doors to come to an abrupt halt before they reopen. An attractive woman standing in the elevator meets my gaze, and I nod respectfully as I enter, then stand to her right. The button for the 24th floor is already illuminated, so I just stand patiently as the doors close on their own. I'm not modest as I study her reflection in the elevator doors. She's dressed like a secretary, but she must just be coming in for her shift because she got caught in the rain. She's soaking wet. My mind goes to a filthy place briefly, then I focus on her dark, almond-shaped eyes. She shamelessly admires me too, more than likely recognizing me from the dozen notable fashion magazines that I've graced the covers of. I look away at my phone for a while, trying to act modest, but I can feel her still watching me. She probably wants to ask for my autograph, but she's too shy. I reach for the pen in my jacket pocket, planning to do my good deed for the day when the lights flicker. Then the elevator stops operating. The woman releases a dreadful scream, then clenches onto me like a frightened child. Hey, it's all right. Calm down. I've had women throw themselves at me before, but none of them were ever this crafty. When the lights turn back on, she immediately releases me while avoiding my gaze. I'm so sorry, she mutters in a whisper. I didn't mean to grab onto you like that. It's just the darkness scares me, and I overreacted. The corners of my lips curl upward as I acknowledge her efforts. It's okay, darling. But you really should just come on to me honestly if that's your game. Pretending to have nyctophobia won't make me like you more. My eyes trace her frame. You're my type, so we can go somewhere after my meeting if you want. I glance down to look at my watch as the elevator doors ding. The next thing I know, she sends a cloud of pepper spray into my face and calls me an arrogant pervert. I scream out in agony, stumbling out of the elevator as the effects from the pepper spray irritate my eyes and throat. How dare that woman assault me after coming onto me? I've never had anyone disrespect me like this. Mark my words, she will pay for this. Are you okay, sir? The squeaky voice of the female receptionist travels across the room as I struggle to make my way to the men's room. I crash my right shoulder into the swinging door like a quarterback making an offensive play. My eyes burn like they're on fire, and my sight is so blurred that I question if I'm even in the right facilities. I lower my body to the sink, coughing compulsively while I turn on the faucet to flush the chemicals from my eyes. After spending several minutes in this position, I finally start to feel normal again, minus the rage that still lingers in my chest. Who the hell uses pepper spray in an elevator anyway? Is she psychotic? I almost lost a lung due to her negligence. I wash my hands thoroughly over the sink, check my face in the mirror, then dry my face and hands with paper towels. Now where is that bitch? Does she work here? She got off on this floor, so she has to be around here somewhere. I exit the bathroom on a mission, searching every public area with no trace of her. With no luck, I exhale heavily while gritting my teeth, glancing down at my watch to confirm that I'm 10 minutes behind schedule. I make my way to the door with Mr. Harrington's name labeled on it in gold, then knock the back of my fist against it. The voice I recognize from the phone call responds from the other side of the door. Come in, please. I enter immediately, closing the door behind me. I apologize for being late, Mr. Harrington. There was a menace in the elevator, and you wouldn't believe what happened to me if I told you. My attention is drawn to the person who instantly clears their throat. The woman rises from the black armchair and turns to face me with a vexed expression. My eyes widen and the muscles in my chest tighten. It's her. She has some nerve being here. I take a step back, pointing at her as she taunts me with the pepper spray container in her hand. This woman is violent, Mr. Harrington. I don't know what her business is with you here, but you'd be wise not to take her on as a client. Call the authorities while we have her trapped here. Well, it's nice to officially meet you, Mr. Freedstone. George Harrington removes his glasses off his face with a smirk, placing them on his desk as if something has humored him. It seems to me that you two share the same sentiments. He gestures with his hand in the unhinged woman's direction. Miss Porter here says that she encountered a pervert in the elevator. A pervert? I shift my attention to her, matching the intensity of the glare that she gives me. I can't remember ever being so humiliated in my life despite always being in the public eye. If the tabloids got a whiff of this story, it would tarnish my reputation in the most undesirable way. Mr. Harrington sighs heavily, moving his office phone closer to him. Well, I suppose the only thing I can do in this situation is report this incident to security. No! Miss Porter and I lock eyes again after responding simultaneously. I raise my brow at her curiously, surprised by her objection. It becomes clear that she has her own reasons for not wanting trouble either, which makes my life easier. She continues to hold her post with her arms crossed over her voluptuous chest, then boldly breaks my gaze. I walk towards the lawyer's cherrywood desk, impatiently standing in front of it to get straight to the point. Mr. Harrington, could you please explain why we are in your office together? Perhaps a formal introduction would be best. He stands behind his desk, attempting to diminish the tension in the room. Mr. Freedstone, this is Miss Porter. Miss Porter, meet Mr. Freedstone. I glance at her over my shoulder, noticing how she's still filled with hostility. If there's anyone who should be pissed off, it's me. Just what is her deal exactly? I feel like we're getting absolutely nowhere, and I have a foreboding feeling. We've met. Miss Porter shares my frustration with things being dragged out. What do you want from me? George smooths down the fabric of his suit jacket. You are both connected by a Franco Norris. I'm in charge of handling his affairs since his passing. The room becomes so silent that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. I already knew why I was present, but what could this woman possibly have in common with the old man? Is she a gold digger after his money or something? I turn to face Miss Porter, eyeing her down thoroughly for a second time. Well, if that's the case, my grandfather had good taste. I snap myself out of my trance, reminding myself that admiring her body is what got me pepper sprayed in the first place. I'm not exactly familiar with my grandfather, so I'm still trying to figure out why I was chosen to be here instead of my mother. I can feel myself becoming more desperate for the answers as I anxiously place my hands in the pockets of my navy trousers. Well, George lowers himself into his office chair, then reaches for his glasses, placing them on his face as if he needs them in order to respond. It's quite a complicated case. I have his last will and testament here that we need to go over if you'd like to have a seat. I sit down on the couch behind me, then glance over at the woman whose identity still remains unknown. Whoever she is, she might actually be more stubborn than me. She hasn't moved from that spot this entire time, but somehow her demeanor has become softer. Is it because of the mentioning of my father's name? Miss Porter, is it? I straighten my suit jacket as I turn to resume the conversation with George Harrington. I had never set eyes on her before today. Who was she to my grandfather? George responds in a very matter-of-fact tone. She was his caregiver for the past 3 years. He shifts through some papers on his desk, then looks at me over the bridge of his glasses. I have a copy of the will for each of you if you'd like to review it with me. I stand slightly hunched over to retrieve the stack of papers, then sink backwards into the couch. Miss Porter finally walks forward, the heels on her feet clicking against the tiled floor as she accepts her copy of the document. She then hesitantly descends onto the same couch with me, leaving a huge gap between us as she uncomfortably sits at the right corner. Now that we're all on the same page. His aim at humor fails miserably due to his lack of reading the room again. I initially judged him as a madman with no discernment, and he keeps proving me right. I definitely won't be seeking this man's services once we wrap this up. He clears his throat, flipping over the first page of his copy. If you could both turn to page 2 and look at the final paragraph as I read it aloud. My wish is for my grandson, Clarke Freedstone, and my adopted granddaughter, Olivia Porter, to be married. They must fulfill my wish in order to be entitled to the benefits listed in this contract. I lower my papers into my lap, chuckling deeply at the absurdity of the request. This old man was clearly off his rocker.
Chapter 5. Olivia. The lawyer's words hit me like a slap in the face. Marry this guy? Is he serious? What the hell? I mutter under my breath. If this wasn't Franco we were talking about, I'd think it was some kind of sick joke. Nothing could have prepared me for this. And after that run-in in the elevator, this is the absolute last thing I want to hear. My whole body is practically shaking, both from the creep trying to throw himself on me, even if technically it was me throwing myself onto him, and from the lawyer's sudden and bizarre revelation. Everything in me wants to leave the room right now and never see that infuriating elevator perv again, even if he is cute. But I can't leave, not now. Not with this last unexpected connection to Franco hanging in the air. Out of respect for his memory, I will myself to stay. Besides, part of me is itching to see where this goes. The grandson, Clarke, according to this document, doesn't seem to have the same willpower. He stands up, ready to abandon the meeting. Typical. I shouldn't have expected anything more from someone who left his grandfather to rot. Hold on just a moment. The lawyer starts, but Clarke is almost out the door. No way, this is ridiculous. Clarke shoots back. I'm not going to waste my time with this. All I see in his face is the same arrogance I saw in the elevator. Suddenly, I feel a surge of anger, which brings me to my feet. I turn to face the quickly retreating Clarke. Don't you dare walk out on him again. I can hardly believe I'm saying this, but the elevator incident has my usual nice girl act crumbling. Once the words start spilling out, I can't get them to stop. The least you can do is stay and listen. You didn't see how lonely your grandfather was, but I did. He didn't have anyone else. Day in and day out, I was with him when it should have been family. It should have been you. On that last line, my voice cracks just a little, and to my surprise, I find my anger edged with a sharp line of pain. Clarke must have missed it, though, because his reply is defensive. Look, I didn't even know the guy, okay? His face twists into a frown, almost a scowl. I have no interest in starting now that he's dead. This guy basically abandoned my mom. He just let her go and never said another word. So don't talk to me about family. My insides are on fire. Who does this guy think he is? Your mom left him, I spit back with more venom than I intend. She ran away to start a new life and just left her dad out of it. What kind of person does that? Why am I taking this so personally? I barely register how much I'm reminded of my own mom before the emotions take over again. How the hell have you gotten this so twisted in your mind that you think Franco is the bad guy? He's the one who was left to die alone. I'm breathing hard, my mind flooded with a cocktail of cortisol and adrenaline. Part of me knows I shouldn't be getting so angry, that this isn't my business. The rest of me won't let this go. I'm starting to recognize this isn't just about Franco. My mind's eye is swimming with mixed images. Alongside heartbreaking scenes of my friend Impatient in his last days, I'm seeing myself as a kid. My childhood basically flashes before my eyes, transposed onto the situation in front of me. I get a flash of my mom brushing me off on the last day I ever saw her. That day at my grandpa's house that will stick with me forever. I'd wanted to show her my latest drawing. It was a unicorn, and I was so proud of my coloring. Instead of turning towards me, though, she waved me away. She was too busy talking to her new boyfriend to pay me any attention. In my mind, I watched them walk away, leaving 7-year-old me standing with the picture still in my hands. That night they left together, and when my grandfather came to me, he could barely tell me the truth. That my mom had abandoned me to run away with some guy. Instead, he stuck my drawing on the fridge and smiled. I can still hear his voice clearly. "It's just you and me now, honey." I'm jolted out of my reverie by Clarke taking a step towards me. He gives me a quizzical look, tinged with spite. "And who exactly were you to my grandfather?" he asks with a smirk. "What? Do you have a thing for older men? Is that it? Because unless you were his girlfriend or something, I don't think you have any right to stick your nose where it doesn't belong." He clearly doesn't mean what he's saying. I know he's just trying to get under my skin, but it's working. The suggestion reignites my anger. I'm about to retaliate when the lawyer finally puts an end to it. He's been standing by until now, but at that last remark, he transforms from a polite man of the law into a commanding and intimidating presence. "Enough!" His voice echoes around the room. It's loud enough to shock us both into behaving because our eyes are suddenly fixed on him. "Sit down, the both of you. There's something important you need to hear." Like two naughty schoolchildren called into the principal's office, we do as we're told. Clarke has clearly abandoned his escape plan, and I'm secretly proud of my part in thwarting it. Anger is still seething out of both of us, though, and looking closely, I can see Clarke is leaning as far away from me as possible. I catch myself doing the same. Mr. Harrington clears his voice and I tear my eyes away from Clarke to find out what's really going on. Why on earth would Franco want me to marry his arrogant, estranged grandson? "Miss Porter," he begins and turns to face me. "Mr. Norris, in his will, named you as a benefactor." The anger and pain I'm feeling subsides, and confusion takes its place. Does that really mean what I think it means? The look on my face must say it all, because he continues explaining. "He wanted to leave you an inheritance, something you might already be familiar with. Do you recall a beachfront property your grandfather once inherited, which he then passed on to your mother?" My heart skips a beat. That place was magical. My grandfather and I didn't have much, but the beach house was like a window into a different life. We still lived in his humble old apartment, but most weekends we'd spend at what we affectionately called our holiday home. Those are still some of the best memories we have together, chasing waves together and giggling as the ocean licked our toes. From time to time, we still reminisce about our holiday home from all those years ago. He only had it for one summer before my mom somehow weaseled her way back into his pockets and convinced him to hand it over to her. 2 months later, she lost it in a poker game, and the window to that other life closed forever. Or so I'd thought, until now. I try to take a deep breath, but my lungs aren't working. This can't be happening. The lawyer's still staring at me, waiting for an answer. I manage to give a small nod, but I can barely breathe, let alone speak. "Well, it so happens that Mr. Norris came into possession of this property several months ago. He wished to pass it on to you in the event of his death." My lungs suddenly kick back into gear, but in overdrive. Seems like they're making up for lost time. I must be breathing helium, though, because I'm practically floating. Even Clarke glaring at me in the corner of my eye can't bring me down. It turns out something else can, though. "There is, however, a catch," the lawyer ventures. He looks down at his papers as though he's a little embarrassed to say it. After a second, which seems like a decade, he forges on. "The will stipulates that the inheritance will only take effect pending your marriage to Mr. Freedstone here. I glance at Clarke and feel the blood drain from my face. For the 100th time since stepping into this office, I wonder what the hell is happening. I can barely process the information I'm hearing. Clarke, on the other hand, seems to have absorbed everything just fine. Whereas I'm stuck speechless, he's got no shortage of words. Are you kidding me? There's no way that's happening. I don't realize it until I hear it, but the thought is crushing. Not that I want to marry this guy, but to get a second chance at my childhood. To reconnect with my grandfather through that special place. That's something I can't bear to lose. Clarke is still going, though. Look, I don't know what this is. Who set this whole thing up? He turns to the lawyer. You say my grandfather, who I never met, wants me to marry some chick who just maced me? Why the hell would I do that? I don't see how any of this even has anything to do with me. I finally manage to take a deep breath, anxious for whatever will come next.
Chapter 6. Clarke. I can't believe I'm still entertaining this dam. I'm not a patient man to begin with, and the little patience I do have has just run its course. I stand up abruptly from the couch, wanting nothing more to do with this conversation. My hands pull down my suit jacket at the bottom in a distinguished manner. I'm a very busy man, Mr. Harrington, as I'm sure you are as well. I'm not agreeing to this outlandish contract when there's nothing for me to benefit from it. I start walking towards the closed door with my head held high. If there is one thing I've learned about being an entrepreneur for the past 8 years, it's the importance of knowing when to walk away. It doesn't make you any less of a businessman. If anything, it lets prospective clients realize that you know the worth of your brand. George calls out to me from his desk. Mr. Freedstone, Franco has left something for you too. I was just about to address that next. My feet come to a halt and I remain frozen as I gather my composure. Between the lawyer dragging things out as if it's his source of entertainment, and the psycho woman being angered at the thought of me breathing in the same air as her, I'm already spent. I would rather deal with the tabloids than this, and being leaked to the media as a pervert sounds pretty good right now. I turn around slowly, releasing a heavy exhale before proceeding. What did the old man leave for me? What I really want to say is, stop wasting my goddamn time and tell me why I'm wrapped up in this mess already. I could care less about hand-me-downs just for the sake of me sharing this man's DNA. It's all just a formality anyway. George places his hands over the copies of the document, interlacing his fingers. He left you all of his properties. Properties? You mean there is actually something to gain from all of this nonsense? Why didn't he just mention this in the first place instead of wasting my valuable time? I walk forward, intrigued by the latest information. What type of properties are we talking about here? Well, George picks up his document again, flipping over 2 pages to find his desired paragraph. He becomes silent as he reads, making my anxiety reach new heights that I can't conceive to be even possible. What does it matter? There's nothing that could bribe me into this sort of arrangement. He could state that the White House is on the table, and it wouldn't faze me in the slightest. Greed is not a personal ambition of mine. I shake my head as I object, having confidence in my own accomplishments that have existed long before the old man croaked. I have enough properties under my belt. There's no chance of anything written in that document interesting me. Mr. Harrington observes me over the frame of his glasses. I believe the one that would interest you the most is the family home. I walk back to his desk, silently picking up the papers that were issued to me initially. My hands frantically flip the 2 pages, then my eyes scan for the details about the family home. Based on the address, I can confirm that it's the correct location. This is where my mother grew up, I mutter as my brain tries to process how imperative it is for me to gain ownership of it. My eyes remain fixed on the words that appear to dance on the page, as if I'm being haunted by a man from the afterlife that I never even knew. I can hear the lawyer carry on with his spiel, but his words sound distorted. His voice becomes deeper as he guides me through the pages. If you continue reading on to the next page, you'll see that there is also an industrial complex and a waterfront property. I shake my head to wake myself up just as my face starts to become numb. Damn. What the hell was in that pepper spray? The chemicals have me hallucinating something serious. I could have sworn this crook of a lawyer said something about a waterfront property. It must have just been my imagination. My eyes scan the next page just as a precaution when I notice another familiar address. It can't be. This is the property I've been eyeing for months now. What are the odds that it belongs to my grandfather? This is just too big of a coincidence. I lower the papers to my lap, shifting my attention to Mr. Harrington as I evaluate the next best course of action. There is also a clause here that states that if you don't claim the inheritance, the waterfront property will be converted to an orphanage. He finishes reading, then places his glasses down on his desk. I probably sound like a broken record at this point, but in order for both of you to be awarded the incentives designated for you, the two of you must get married and remain together for an entire year, or it counts as a breach of contract. You'll also be under the supervision of a lawyer to ensure that you're upholding your end of the deal. My infuriation builds at the thought of someone dictating my life, especially from the grave. You're telling me that in order to claim what he left me, I have to marry this vile woman? I glance over at her to my left, finally acknowledging that she's still in the room. Who are you calling vile? You're the one who was undressing me with your eyes in the elevator. Miss Porter doesn't let the opportunity slip to remind me how repulsed she is by me. I scoff instantly, refusing to back down from her. I vividly recall you clinging on to me. Did you forget that part? You're shameless. That's enough. Mr. Harrington raises his hands with the palms outward. If I wanted to hear couples arguing, I would have become a marriage counselor. You two have a long road ahead of you if you're going to pursue this. You may be thinking it's no big deal to get married and carry out the obligation for a year, but let me tell you something. I've been married for 14 years. It's a lot of work, whether you're in it for the romanticization of it or whether you view it as a business transaction. He locks his eyes onto me. Your grandfather kept tabs on you and your mother all these years. He tried to reach out to you on several occasions, but your father wouldn't allow it. Eventually, your grandfather just conceded. He'd become too old to carry out the never-ending battle with your father. Maybe this man wasn't a crook after all. He seems to know all the details about the feud that took place between my dad and grandfather. Someone with information this in-depth has to be who he says he is. Whether or not I want to do business with this man is irrelevant. My grandfather clearly built rapport with him and trusted him with his legal matters even now after he's gone. That speaks volumes in itself. Perhaps I've been looking at this through the wrong set of eyes and need a new perspective. Would it really kill me to carry out the old man's final wish in order to reap the fruits of it a year later? Miss Porter stands up suddenly, causing my mind to come back to the present moment. She looks straight ahead as if something has spooked her, clutching her handbag that hangs from her shoulder close to her hip. This has been a very informative meeting. Thank you for your time, Mr. Harrington, but I need to be going. George stands up from his office chair with a genuinely concerned expression on his face. Is there anything else that I can do for you, Miss Porter? Do you have any other questions that I didn't answer? Miss Porter starts walking backwards around the couch, giving off an antsy vibe as if she can't leave the room fast enough. It's just a lot to take in. I should go. She exits from the room, leaving the door slightly cracked open behind her. I sigh heavily, pinching my forehead that starts throbbing due to all the stress. I can't blame her for rushing out, though. I'm a relative, albeit a distant one, and I still wanted no parts in this. But it's still something that I shouldn't just discard. I pride myself on taking risks, and the payoff has always been worth it. This is a tempting proposition that could ultimately benefit me in the very near future. Maybe I should just say to hell with it and go along with it. I'll be in touch, Mr. Harrington. I rise from the couch, button the middle button of my suit jacket, then extend my right hand outward to him. He continues to stand behind his desk, reciprocating my gesture to shake my hand respectfully. Good luck, Mr. Freedstone. I'm gonna need it. I walk out of the office calmly, then dash through the hallway, hoping to catch that mad woman before she leaves the premises.
Chapter 7. Olivia. My head is spinning as I rush out of the building. I can hardly think through the flood of emotions and memories overtaking my brain. I never lose control like that. And I hate how much I let Clarke get to me. I try not to think of my mother too much, but this whole situation has me reeling with old wounds. This is all too much. All I want to do is go home, cuddle up on the couch, and cry. I can feel the tears about to come spilling out when suddenly I hear footsteps behind me. I manage to pull myself together before a familiar voice calls out to me. "Hey, wait!" I turn to see Clarke chasing after me, his curly blonde hair pushed back by the wind, his cheeks flushed red. For a split second, he doesn't look like such a jerk. Then he opens his mouth and the illusion is shattered. "How did you pull this off, huh? How did you convince my grandfather to play into your little scheme?" The anger is back. I'm getting pretty sick of his baseless accusations. I'm furious that my memories of Franco are being sullied by this stranger. Seriously, I had no idea he was even rich. To me, he was a sweet, lonely man. I was his friend, and until I walked into that room, I knew as much about this as you did. Even though Clarke is seriously under my skin, I feel myself running out of energy. By the end of my retort, I feel the fury has receded into a dull pain. I'm just exhausted now. This whole thing is overwhelming. All I want to do is get this guy off my back so I can process everything in peace. But he's not having it. "A likely story," he scoffs. "You really expect me to believe that? Look, believe whatever you want. I could tell you 100 more times I'm not behind this, but I'd be wasting my breath. But don't worry, it won't be an issue after today. I don't want to go through with it either." At that last line, I wince a little. It's true, I don't want to go through with it. But my heart catches when I think of losing the beach house all over again. This time, it seems he's paying attention because he catches on. "You sure about that?" His slate gray eyes look directly into mine, and, despite myself, my heart skips a beat. "You seem a little conflicted." I stumble for words, but once again, I find myself tongue-tied. How can I explain the significance of the beach house? How can I tell him that part of me is open to this arrangement for the sake of my grandfather? How can I share my most painful wounds with this complete stranger? He watches me struggle before cutting through my thoughts. "Are you actually considering this?" There's that hint of accusation. As quickly as I let my defenses down, they're back up again. "No, of course not." What was I thinking? That little heart flutter back there was pure animal chemistry. Beyond the pretty face and hot body, this guy is an asshole. Arrogant, selfish, sleazy. There's no way I'm making myself vulnerable to him, only to be attacked and accused. He has all the worst character traits in a man, and is clearly not to be trusted. I don't want to be within a 30-foot radius of this guy, let alone spend a year married to him. But the beach house, as much as I hate to admit it, he's right. I am conflicted. That place didn't just mean the world to me, it meant the world to my grandpa. My mind suddenly flashes with another memory. A few years before my grandpa died, I found something. I was tidying up when I came across a stack of papers. They were all from various banks, informing my grandfather that his loan request had been rejected. At the bottom of the pile, I found a real estate listing for the beachfront property, our holiday home. He was trying to scrape enough money together to get it back, but it was in vain. No one would approve a loan for an old man on a pension. My grandfather never said anything about it, and neither did I. But I saw the sparkle go out of his eyes. Even though he was smiling, just like he always did, some of the warmth was gone. Clarke breaks me out of my memories once again. "Look, he says bluntly. I'm not saying I believe you, but if you're not a gold digger, then this could actually work out for me. I like to think of things practically, and practically speaking, the pros outweigh the cons for me. Is he serious? I want to tell him what I think of his latest accusation, but he barrels on. If we go through with this agreement, I stand to gain a lot. A portfolio of properties in exchange for 1 year of marriage. At the end of the day, I'm a businessman and I can see this is a good deal. Really? Call me old-fashioned, but when I imagine getting married, the term business deal isn't part of the fantasy. This guy is the worst, and I'm not afraid to tell him that. Is that really what you think marriage is? A business deal? God, you're so arrogant. You need to take a hard look at yourself. What kind of person you are, and what kind of person you want to be. To my surprise, he's grinning. I expected another screaming match, but something's changed in him. He seems more self-assured than he did back at the office. Like he's made his mind up about something. The look in his eyes is determined and clear, and it makes the sharp gray of his eyes even sharper. Without skipping a beat, he coolly replies, "Don't try to dissect me like you know me. We're not there yet." His gaze travels straight through me, and for the third time that day, my heart skips a beat at the sight of him. I want to be revulsed, but something in his new demeanor is strangely alluring. Then he takes a step closer. I can smell the musky scent of his cologne and feel the warmth of his body. I tense up as his face comes close to mine. I don't know what's happening, but I'm frozen in place, my hands gripping the edges of my coat. I hate to admit it, but I feel myself getting slightly aroused by this sudden closeness. At the last second, his cheek just barely misses mine as he leans in to whisper in my ear. I always get what I want, and this time I want that property. I let out a breath as he steps back again. I didn't realize I'd been holding it. Before I can gather my thoughts, he's holding my hand. His skin is warm against mine, but this isn't a play, at least not a romantic one. As his hand slips away, he leaves something behind. I glance down to find I'm holding a gold-embossed business card. When I look at him, he's still grinning. "Call me," he says, his words honey smooth before he walks away. With those cheekbones and that voice, I bet that trick has worked more than once. I watch him leave for a few seconds before I come to. It feels like waking from a dream, and I shake my head slightly to reset my thoughts. God, what was that? 10 minutes ago, we were screaming at each other, and now I'm getting high off my own endorphins because, what? Some hot guy whispered in my ear that he wants a piece of property? I'm clearly losing it. I can't really be considering this. Stealing my resolve, I turn to catch a last glimpse of him. He's still within earshot, and I call out, determined not to let him have the last word. This isn't happening, you know. I try to sound firm, but I must still be recovering because my words come out quavery. He hears me and turns, but continues walking backwards, hands in his jeans pockets, jacket open, and shirt tight around his abs. He's still smiling, and he flashes me a wink before turning back and disappearing around a corner. Looks like I'm not getting the last word after all. As I walk away, I pass a trash can and instinctively go to throw the card inside. At the last moment, though, my hand stops. Hovering over the trash can, I can't quite seem to let it go. I'm trying to justify throwing it away, telling myself it would never work. And it's true, marrying Clarke would be a disaster. But the little girl inside me is begging me not to throw away the one chance to get our holiday house back. I imagine being on that beach again, and I can almost feel my grandfather smiling down on the thought. And I won't deny that little moment of proximity with Clarke helped soften me up. Still, this whole thing is ridiculous. Sleeping with the guy, maybe, but marrying him? As soon as I put his looks and confidence aside, all I'm left with is some arrogant rich kid who cares about nothing but himself. I'm still holding the card precariously between two fingers, when a gust of wind comes. I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyler.
This isn't just any fake marriage, now is it?
No, you introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl, Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand?
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyler. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage, happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Because where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less I Love You. Tuesdays and Thursdays. New seasons premiere every month. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylerWalker.com for 50% off. Treat yourself with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 8. Clarke. It's fascinating to me how the public perceives me differently from how I am in many ways. I've always been told that I'm a patient man because of my calm, cool, and collected demeanor. The reality is that I always have to be in control. My looks, charm, and business sense have gotten me everything I've wanted consistently in life, so I find myself having difficulty wrapping my head around the events regarding Miss Porter. 2 weeks have passed since our disturbing, fateful meeting, and she still has yet to contact me despite me giving her my business card. Is she just playing coy? Or does she have too much pride to enter into a contract marriage with me? I've been keeping tabs on her ever since, and there's something that intrigues me about her that I can't seem to put my finger on. When the results from the investigation I had done on her came back, I was beyond impressed with the results. Not only is she a devoted career woman, but she also has the cleanest record of anyone I've ever encountered. To my surprise, there are no red flags about her. In fact, her life is exemplary. With each day's passing, I find it more and more inconceivable that she doesn't reach out to me first. Most women would have taken the initiative by now. I'm Clarke Freedstone, after all. Fortunately, business remains good for me, so every time I catch myself getting frustrated about that woman, my focus shifts back to my work. I return to my office after a 2 o'clock meeting with my executives, feeling the mental exhaustion of everything taking its toll on me. It isn't helping that I'm missing meals on top of that. I've become so obsessed with my tasks for the day that I've had to resort to having my secretary remind me about eating lunch and dinner. I sigh heavily as I sink further into my office chair, massaging my head at the temples to decrease the tension. Why hasn't she called? My phone vibrates in the interior of my suit jacket, and I pull it out optimistically to see my mother's name across the illuminated screen. I attempt to mask my disappointment, but it's blatantly obvious who I'm hoping to hear from. Well, it must be something important for her to call me in the middle of the day. I push up the green phone icon, placing the phone at the side of my face. What's wrong, Mom? Hi, Clarke. Her voice sounds more relaxed than usual through the phone. I've been thinking about how you were encouraging me to go to the cemetery. I just needed some time to process things. I'm ready to visit my father now. That's great, Mom. I feel proud of her for finding the courage despite all the challenges she has faced. I received a letter in the mail not too long ago that put things more into perspective. Elena pauses and the rustling of some paper fills the silence. I thought he hated me all these years, but that couldn't have been farthest from the truth. What does the letter say? I become fully invested in the process, knowing that I'm the only person she has in her life to vent to. There is a long pause where I already anticipate what comes next due to knowing my mother so well. She starts to cry softly, but I hold the space for her to be vulnerable. Maybe I don't give myself enough credit. I'm patient with matters and people that I care about. Elena exhales sharply, then recites the words from the paper. My dearest Elena, we've experienced our share of challenges over the years. I've decided to write you this letter expressing my deepest feelings I've had to withhold for what seems like an eternity. I had started to give up when every attempt of my reaching out to you was intercepted by Clarence, but my caregiver has inspired me to try reaching out to you in a different way. I pray that when you receive this letter, you feel the unvarying love that I have for you. You have been my pride and joy since the day you were born, and I want you to know that despite our disagreements about your marriage, I love you anyway. She takes a break to feel the emotions from his words as if she's reading them for the first time, then proceeds. I respect you for following your heart and not allowing my strong views to dictate the life that you wanted for yourself. My only hope is that you can forgive your old man for making you feel like you've never reached my expectations. In actuality, by becoming your own person and living your life on your own terms, you have exceeded them. I've also heard through the grapevine that that grandson of mine is also as stubborn and driven as a Norris. Sounds to me like you've raised him well. If you feel so inspired to write me back or visit the assisted living center, the address is below. Love always, Franco. I'm glad this can give you some closure, Mom. I glance at my watch, confirming that everything else on my schedule can be pushed back. I'm coming to get you now before you change your mind. I leave the office immediately and head to my palace in my white Lamborghini. She is already outside in the garden when I arrive, wearing her black dress with a black shawl over her shoulders paired with a stylish black hat. She carries a fresh bouquet that Trevor helped her arrange. He and I exchange waves as she walks over to the car. I hop out, walking around the back of the sports car to open the passenger side door for her. Instead of entering the car, she wraps her arms around my back, clinging onto me tightly. Thank you for all your support through this. Of course, Mom. I return to the door, holding it for her, while she lowers herself into the seat. We ride in silence with just the city sounds providing us with background noise. I park in the lot of the nearly vacant cemetery, grateful that we are there well before rush hour traffic. I interweave my mother's arm with mine, offering her extra balance as she walks across the uneven terrain in her heels. It should be ahead and to the left. The layout is still fresh in my mind from viewing the cemetery's website before retrieving my mother. As we approach the correct headstone, there is a woman standing in front of it with tissues in her hand. There are fresh flowers on the grave that she must have just placed there. Elena releases my arm, approaching the mysterious woman curiously. Excuse me, did you know my father, Franco? When the woman turns to face her, I recognize her immediately. Olivia Porter responds to my mother with a respectful nod. Yes, I did. When her eyes shift to me, revealing the prominent bags beneath them, she looks genuinely surprised to see me. Why does she look so haggard? Has she been losing sleep because of my offer? Her initial reaction is to glare at me, but she softens her expression when she shifts her attention back to my mother. Excuse me. She walks away immediately, showing her back to me before I have the chance to confront her. Elena turns to me, still seeking answers about the woman's identity. She looked at you like she knew you. She was Franco's caregiver. They were very close, I explain in a matter-of-fact tone. My mother's mouth is agape as she takes a few more steps forward. Miss, please don't leave. Miss Porter's body stiffens as she stops making her escape. When she turns around, her face is expressionless. She more than likely feels torn between her repulsion of me and the obligation she has to Franco's daughter. I frown at the inability to gauge what she will do next, hoping that she doesn't say anything that will upset my mother. I stand there helplessly as Elena approaches the psycho woman, bursting out into tears at their first meeting. Thank you for being there for him. My mother takes Miss Porter's hand into hers, making the encounter more uncomfortable for me. I've been an unfilial daughter. He deserves someone better than me. I walk over to them, pulling my mom away from her and holding her in my arms. It's okay, Mom. Remember his words in the letter. He loved you regardless. It's good to hear that you got the letter. Miss Porter fixes her sights on my mother, ignoring my existence entirely. Elena glances at her, then buries her face in my shirt, sobbing uncontrollably. I have so many regrets. I shouldn't have listened to my husband. My father needed me. Miss Porter takes a step forward, making an attempt to console her. I recognize you from the pictures he always showed me. You look exactly the same as you did growing up. Franco has always missed you, and you were all that he talked about the past 3 years. He wanted you to be happy, so he didn't impose on your life with your husband and son. I glare at her as I still hold my mother, still uncertain of her true intentions. Is she offering comfort, or pouring salt on my mother's wound? This woman is truly a nuisance. Elena finally stops crying and turns to Miss Porter, pushing her body out of my embrace. Can you tell me about him? Please?
Chapter 9. Olivia. I'm still feeling uneasy as I follow Clarke and his mom into a little hole-in-the-wall coffee shop not far from the cemetery. Elena is still visibly upset, and I watch as Clarke guides her to a corner table by the window before ordering drinks for both of them at the counter. For the second time today, I see a glimpse of something other than pure arrogance. It's genuine care. Maybe there's more to this guy than I thought. I try not to make eye contact with him as I order my latte, but he keeps glancing at me. This unexpected meeting has thrown me, and I wish I had some space to process my thoughts. The last 2 weeks I've been a wreck. The nursing home feels so empty without Franco, and the inheritance has been weighing on my mind. It seems like every night I lie awake for hours, just hoping some solution will come to me. When I do finally fall asleep, I dream of the beach house, of my grandfather, of Franco. On occasion, I dream of Clarke. Those dreams I choose not to remember. Every morning I see Clarke's business card perched on my kitchen table, willing me to call. I just can't bring myself to do it. It seems like the universe is telling me something, though, because here we are. I catch Clarke looking at me again and sigh. I wish this had happened differently because this all seems so messy. I need time to gather my thoughts. With Clarke eyeing me and Elena waiting, it doesn't look like that's going to happen, though. I'll just have to make it through somehow. Hopefully, the coffee helps. As we settle into our seats by the window, I can see the headstones across the street. Their jagged points jutting up over the cemetery wall make me sad. I wrap my hands around my coffee mug, grateful for something to hold on to. I don't have much time to calm myself before Elena starts talking. I never really knew my father, not after I left anyway. She sniffles as she speaks, her eyes still brimming with tears as she looks distantly down at the table. The only good memories I have of him are from my childhood, and that was so long ago. At this, the tears spill over, but she keeps talking. When I left, I didn't think it would be the last time I saw him. I always thought we'd patch things up, that it was just a bump in the road, but weeks turned into months, which turned into years. I tried to reach out, but every time I got close, she trails off, and I notice her body stiffen at the memories that must be flashing through her mind. I can't imagine what it must have been like. Her husband was clearly abusive and controlling. What kind of person forbids his wife from reconnecting with her father? Elena isn't the monster I thought she was. She's just a woman who got caught up with the wrong guy. My heart breaks as I think about all the time Franco and Elena lost, and for the first time, I don't see Franco as the only victim in this situation. Elena's a victim too. So is Clarke, for that matter. He was robbed of a relationship with his grandfather, and I can't imagine what growing up with an abusive father must have done to him. It probably explains a lot of his bravado. I start to soften towards him, just a little. Can you tell me what you do remember of him? I ask. I want to give her a chance to relive at least the little connection she did have with her father. She smiles through her tears. I remember his smile. He always had this cheeky grin, and when he laughed with his whole body. I used to play pranks on him, and he always had the best sense of humor. He'd get me back sometimes, too. I smile along with her, but both our expressions are tinged with sadness. He never lost that sense of humor, I offer. She looks up at me with what I can only describe as pleading in her eyes. For the rest of the afternoon, I tell her about my time with Franco, and she responds with stories of her own. It's remarkable how much of the man I knew is the same as the man she remembers from the years before she left. Even though she'll never get that time back, I can feel something in her change as she absorbs my stories and shares her own. She really loved her dad. She still loves him, in fact. Reliving these long-lost memories seems like the first step to healing, even if there's still a long way to go. As she talks about her father, there's a warmth in her eyes, a warmth colored by sadness. But whenever she touches upon her husband, even without mentioning him explicitly, her face contorts into a look of pain, even fear. Clearly, she hasn't lived a happy life. Clarke, to my surprise, sits patiently the whole time, listening to our stories. He's hard to read, not allowing much emotion to filter through. One thing is clear, though. He obviously cares for his mom. We're still talking when the baristas start stacking chairs, politely indicating that it's time for us to leave. Outside, the sun is setting, and with another pleading look, Elena asks if I'd like to join her and Clarke for dinner. I'm exhausted, but I can't say no. Elena still seems so fragile, and I feel some kind of responsibility towards her. I can't leave her now. The restaurant is busy, and I'm actually a little relieved. Most of the emotional heavy lifting was done in the privacy of the coffee shop, and dinner is shaping up to be a little easier. Elena suddenly gives me a sincere look, and I'm a little worried things are about to get heavy again. Thank you for everything you did for my father. Her smile is genuine and grateful, and it puts a question in my mind that I hadn't thought of until now. Does she know about the inheritance? There's nothing in her demeanor to suggest that she does, but maybe I'm just not reading her right. Despite an afternoon of sharing our innermost thoughts and feelings, I still don't really know the woman. I don't dare bring it up, though. If she doesn't know, I have no desire to make things more complicated. It was my pleasure, I answer kindly. He was my friend. I'm glad I got this chance to reconnect with him through you, even if it was a bit too late, she continues. It's got me thinking about the house I grew up in. She leans in conspiratorially. It's long overdue, but I don't plan on staying with Clarence much longer. As soon as I can figure out how to divorce him, I'd like to go back to my childhood home. It would be nice to be somewhere safe, somewhere with only good memories attached. I'm struck with a sudden sense of sadness. Glancing at Clarke, I see the same emotion flash across his face for a split second before he disguises it. He's afraid that will never happen. I really feel for Elena, who I've grown to like over the past several hours. I realize with a pang that if Clarke doesn't inherit Franco's house, Elena's dream of a new life might never happen. Can I really rob this woman of her best chance of escape? Elena breaks my train of thought. So tell me about yourself. I indulge her, leaving out the part about my mother abandoning me. I'm happy to steer the conversation into shallower waters. After dinner, I go to call the cab, but Clarke stops me by placing his hand gently on my wrist. Let me give you a ride home. I insist. I happily accept. I want a chance to talk to him about the inheritance. The day's revelations have got me thinking. I don't know how to bring it up without potentially tipping off Clarke's mom. I'm now certain she has no idea about the bizarre stipulations of Franco's will. Thankfully, he drops Elena off first. We say our goodbyes and she gives me a warm hug. You're welcome here anytime, honey, she says with sudden motherly affection. I thank her, a little stunned. Climbing back in the car, I know I have to say something, but I have no idea how to start. After all the animosity between Clarke and I, how can I suddenly tell him I'm leaning towards the marriage? My first reaction back in the lawyer's office was a little short-sighted. I still think it's crazy, but the more I ruminate on it, the more open I feel to the proposition. The beach house was already a huge reason, but now, with Elena's life hanging in the balance. Besides, the Clarke I saw today was completely different to the arrogant asshole I maced in the elevator. The way he treated his mom was, well, sweet. He's halfway to my house, and neither of us have said a word to each other since dropping off Elena. I can feel my heart pounding in my chest, and I swear it must be loud enough for Clarke to hear it through the deafening silence. I clear my throat, and even though he keeps his eyes on the road, I'm sure he's keeping tabs on me from the corner of his eye. I mutter feebly. Could we go for a walk? Maybe talk?
Chapter 10. Clarke. I thought she would never ask. The corner of my lips curl upward with satisfaction. Sure, I know a place. It feels like my weeks of waiting for her to come around are finally about to pay off. A part of me wants to ask her what took her so long, but I'm not familiar enough with her to ask such a personal question. To me, this is all just a game that the old man wants us to play. It's nothing more, and nothing less. I park and guide her a few blocks down the road, walking on the outer side of the sidewalk. The expression on Olivia's face reveals skepticism when we arrive in front of a building with large, dark windows. She already thinks lowly of me. I'm just a crazed pervert in her eyes. She's probably asking herself what we would be doing at such a sketchy place like this. The bouncer at the door gives me a respectful nod and daps me up. Long time no see, Kent. How's life treating you? Busy as usual, Jamal. Anything new on this side? I inquire as I place my hands in the pockets of my tailored pants. Nope. Just the usual. Jamal eyes Olivia thoroughly, liking what he sees. You kids enjoy yourselves, huh? He opens the large door, holding it with his arm as I enter first, then Olivia follows. We walk through a lounge area with sections of couches where couples are making out. The strobe lights of multiple colors blink in the distance, lighting the path towards the main room. The bass from the music bounces off the bordering wall and increases in volume as we enter the main part of the club. About 50 people take up the dance floor, expressing themselves wildly to the techno music that the DJ blasts from his booth. I point at the DJ as he raises his hand in the air to acknowledge me, giving a brief break in the music to announce my presence with his microphone. Kent is in the building! The dancers cheer with enthusiasm as they fix their gazes on their favorite local celebrity. A few male models I've done runway shows with give me a brotherly hug as I pass by them. Then I look over my shoulder to see Olivia hesitantly trailing behind me. I smirk at how awkwardly cute she looks in this type of environment. We almost make it through the crowd when she pulls on the fabric of my shirt at my left forearm. I stop walking, lowering my body to her to give her my attention. We can go to the bar if you want a drink. She speaks with an aggravated tone as she positions her face near my ear. I said I wanted to go talk. Why did you bring me here? There's nowhere more private than this, I reassure her, as I take her hand and lead her up a tall side staircase. There is a black door at the top that I open, revealing a secret location that only a few people are capable of using. Olivia pulls her arm out of my grasp as she looks around at the tasteful decor that seems completely separate from the club. There are large windows on one side of the room, giving an overhead view of the club on the floor below without the sound. The place resembles a classy version of the owner's box of a basketball game. This whole floor is soundproof. I sink into one of the leather armchairs, filling the silence with my explanation. I've known the owner of this club for years. I'm technically a part owner at this point. She observes the people dancing below, ignoring my commentary entirely. I start to wonder to myself if part of the reason I'm intrigued by her is how she doesn't play into my ego. I'm so used to women throwing themselves at me that my encounters with Olivia feel more organic. I can feel my primal instincts reappear with her. My fortune and fame has made me forget how powerful it feels to be a hunter. I study her as she shows her back to me as usual. Her short brown hair is neatly styled in its bob cut, the ends curling under slightly below her ear. Both times I've seen her, she always dresses smart, but in a flattering way. The black business dress she wears still complements her full chests, small waist, and round hips. What am I doing? I can't let myself get carried away when we don't have that type of relationship. I snap myself out of my trance, reminding myself that we are here to discuss business. My long right leg crosses over my left leg as I make myself more comfortable in the chair. What did you want to talk to me about? Olivia turns to face me with her arms crossed over her chest. I've had some time to think about it, and I want to claim the inheritance. I maintain my composure, knowing that it was only a matter of time before I heard those words. You've made a smart decision. It's a good investment. I also believe that it would be good for your mother to stay in her family home for the sake of her emotional and mental health. She walks over to the seating area, slowly lowering herself into the chair across from me. I agree. It shouldn't surprise me that her reasoning isn't solely based on her own gain, but I'm still taken aback. Perhaps it comes with the territory of being a devoted caregiver. It's nice to know that we both have my mother's best interest in mind. She leans forward in the armchair, placing her hands at her knees over the hem of her skirt. Do we need to sign a contract? I have everything prepared. I realize after the fact that my words probably came off more arrogant than I had intended, but I never lost confidence about this deal. Being a successful entrepreneur has made me an expert at reading people. Even if they don't know what they want while the proposition is being offered, I can accurately gauge if they will be in favor of it or not. Albeit our goals are different, we both benefit from this arrangement. I will get the inheritance, pull my mother out of her depression, and have access to the woman I've had my eye on for the past 2 weeks. I retrieve my phone from the inside of my suit, unlock it, then open the contract document. I can send it to you once we've made all the revisions. This is just a draft. You come prepared. Olivia has an unreadable expression as she takes my phone and scans the document. She gently uses her fingers on the screen to zoom in at certain parts, focusing all her attention to it while the screen reflects off her beautiful brown eyes. I smile at her meticulousness, admiring how she would make an astute business partner. Feel free to make your demands and I can add them to the contract. It's also not a problem if you seek more money. She finally looks up from the screen, handing me back the phone with a serious demeanor. I have no need for more money or properties. I only need my grandpa's beachfront. Okay. I respect her wishes as I place my phone back inside my suit pocket. That's fair. I have a few rules to add, though. Olivia sits back in her chair like a professional negotiator. Sure. I'm more interested to hear what she has to add than I expected. What are they? Well, she tucks a strand of her short, brown hair behind her ear. We have to act like a couple since we'll be under constant observation. It would be counterproductive if we have relationships outside of our arrangement. I get that we're just playing the roles with a contract marriage, but it's still something I want to honor regardless. This woman has a lot of sense. I thought I would have to go over these terms, but she's confirming that we're on the same page before I even have to speak on it. I nod agreeingly, masking how eager I am about playing my role. What else? Lastly, she pauses as if she's had to present this condition before in the past. We can't fall in love. I smirk confidently, wanting to express my true sentiments, but I choose silence instead. Based on my extensive experience with women, I know that it will be harder for her to refrain from this than she is capable of grasping right now. She has no idea what she's getting herself into, but the thought of it excites me even more. Her rules are only helping me, and I pull out my phone to add them into the contract. No third party. I confirm out loud as I type into the drafted document on my phone. Will there be anything else? Olivia has a puzzled expression as if I'm aware of something that she has failed to mention. She pauses like she second-guessed herself briefly, then proceeds confidently. No, that will be all. Good. I've made amendments based on your rules. I lower the phone from my face, holding her gaze intensely. Then what about my needs? Don't you want a clause ensuring that I satisfy yours? Are you willing to fulfill your obligation as my wife?
Chapter 11. Olivia. Looks like the level of passion in this chapter is pushing YouTube's limit.
It's disappointing, I know. Trust me when I say we want nothing more than to get down to the dirty details.
But releasing these free audiobooks on YouTube means that we have to abide by the rules.
Even though YouTube won't allow us to put something so spicy on the air, you can still find it on TylaWalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an unbelievable collection of uncut, unabridged audiobooks and ebooks.
For access to the full, unfiltered scene, go to TylaWalker.com and use code SAVE40 for 40% off any digital product.
This is the deal of a lifetime, a discount that can be applied to bundles that are already listed at a discounted price.
You heard that right. It's time for you to treat yourself.
With Miss Tyla.
Chapter 12. Clarke, wait. What's happening right now? I started kissing her to tease her, but it has definitely backfired. It's completely unexpected, but I've somehow ended up teasing myself. We break away from making out at the same time, as if the receptors in our brains worked out the consequences of our actions simultaneously. Olivia turns away, equally stunned that we got so carried away. I admire the side profile of her face, from how the almond shape of her eye complements the proportioned bridge of her nose, to how flushed her cheeks have gotten despite her smooth brown complexion. And those lips, how are they so full and soft? It was like kissing a honey-flavored cloud. I find myself hoping that somehow I'll get another taste. She clenches the fabric of her dress at her hips, revealing a cute, nervous habit of hers. I'll have to think about your proposal. There she goes, playing coy again. My lips form a smirk that she is oblivious to, due to how she sits away from me, turned at an angle. I'm seeing a completely different side to her than the feisty woman I first met in the elevator. Is it because she's worried that she will fall in love with me and breach the contract? I mean, I can't blame her one bit. It's inevitable that any woman in this position will fall head over heels for me. I must admit that it's satisfying how one kiss can make her instantly question the validity of everything. I have to go. Olivia recites her most commonly used flustered line as she stands up abruptly. Instead of storming off like I expect her to, she stands frozen as if she has something else to say. I stand up slowly, wondering if I've really blown my chances. It's pretty late. Can I take you home? Do I care about her safety already? I don't usually go out of my way to do things for women, especially when sex isn't even on the table. This is such an odd predicament. No. Olivia continues to show her back to me before heading in the direction of the stairs. I can go home alone. She flings the door open, then disappears down the long staircase. Following after her would only exacerbate the situation. If there is anything I've learned about her over these 2 weeks, it's that she needs to come around in her own time. It won't be helpful to either of us if I pressure her in any way. After what has just occurred between us, I could probably take advantage of the time to sort out my feelings. I've never felt so connected to a woman so quickly. Damn. This woman is really something. Word that I'm at the club has gotten around town quickly, and my friends arrive as a party of 8, only an hour later. My closest friend, Garrett, leads them upstairs as soon as they arrive to entertain me. Where have you been, man? He wraps his arms around me, patting my back with the palms of his hands. You haven't played with us in weeks. I know, Garrett. I grasp his hand in mine after our embrace. Things have been super busy with the clothing brand. That's great to hear, but not a good enough excuse to neglect your friends. He shifts his attention to the flock of women that stand behind him, waiting to be acknowledged. You remember Veronica and Cassandra? The two models smile at me flirtatiously, but I just greet them with a nod in return. When Garrett realizes that I'm not showing the two women I had previously met any attention, he introduces me to two new ladies. This is Shelley, and this is Alicia. Do you ladies want some drinks? I skip the introductions with a diversion. Let's head downstairs. The women trail behind me closely, competing for the positions of who stands on either side of me. When we arrive at the bar, they order what they want from the bartender while I get my usual vodka on the rocks. The models dance seductively to get my attention as they have their fill of liquor. Garrett nudges me, being one of the only people who comes just 2 inches shy of my height of 6 feet and 7 inches. Cassandra has been all over you since the last time you two met. You gonna hit that tonight? I feel strangely annoyed by his question. As an attractive man who can have every woman he wants, why am I still thinking about Olivia? Replaying the kiss in my mind arouses me in a way that the women in this club never could. Nah, man, I'm just chilling tonight. What? Garrett gives me a perplexed expression. You came out to our spot to just chill? What's with you, man? Just tired, I guess. The right corner of my lips quirk, but I'm hoping he doesn't notice. He gives me an encouraging pat on the back. Well, I have just the thing to enhance your relaxed mood. His head gestures for me to follow him, and as soon as I do, the models expectantly form a line behind us. When we arrive back upstairs to our private space, I have the closest woman to me, which happens to be Cassandra, run downstairs to get bottle service for us. She returns back 5 minutes later with my favorite bottle of vodka on ice and a large stack of plastic shot glasses. Garrett turns on a speaker that allows us to hear the music from downstairs, then sits down in an armchair, pulling up a small table to roll up a blunt of weed. I attempt to get into the partying spirit by pouring everyone shots of vodka. We all do a cheers, then take our shots. The women return to their sexy dance moves to the music in the center of the room, while Garrett plops down in the seat next to me. This is the life, right? He places the blunt in his mouth, then lights the end of it with a match. What happened with Nicole? I offer my neglected friend some dialogue, feeling guilty that I haven't checked in on him in a while. He waves his hand, indicating that the topic isn't worth talking about. That flame went out quickly. I don't know how you manage to date one woman for a month at a time. I get bored after a week. His hand hands me the lit blunt after he takes another puff. Everyone thinks I'm this huge playboy, so I just give them the image that they want. I inhale the smoke, then exhale it slowly. You and I both know that I'm geared towards monogamy. But why though? Garrett sits up straighter in his chair. That's what I don't get about you, man. Women throw themselves at your feet. I nod agreeingly as I inhale another puff, then pass it to him. Quality over quantity. You're full of damn. He laughs heartily, then starts choking on the smoke. Have you changed into someone else during your brief hiatus? After Garrett passes me the blunt, he signals Cassandra to come over to him, then whispers something in her ear. I observe them suspiciously, already preparing myself for whatever trick they have up their sleeve. Good. This will help me erase Olivia from my mind. I give Cassandra my full attention as she dances, alternating between smoking and drinking my vodka from the bottle. She is no doubt a beautiful woman, but just like all the other models, there is no depth to her. There is nothing left to the imagination like there is with Olivia. That woman is a puzzle that I am becoming more and more eager to solve. Damn. There is a half-naked woman in front of me. Focus on her, damn it! Cassandra dances directly in front of me, taking the bottle out of my hand, then placing it on the table behind her. She slightly tilts her head to the left as she tries to decipher what I'm thinking. What's the matter? You don't like what you see? That's not the case at all. I observe her as she takes the blunt out of my hand, then passes it to Garrett. Then touch me, Clarke. She reaches for both of my hands, then places them on her firm, artificial chests. You know you want to. Why am I not enjoying this? What the hell is wrong with me? My strong hands cup her perky chests, but it's not doing anything for me. Maybe this isn't the type of stimulation I need right now. I need to combat that kiss with another kiss. I pull Cassandra onto my lap with my hands at her waist, then proceed to kiss her. Garrett screams out in the background, "Hey, that's my boy!" As I'm making out with this attractive model, there's no spark. I don't feel aroused like I did with Olivia. Damn, I break the kiss, raising her body off my lap as I stand up abruptly. I rush out of the room as Garrett calling out my name with concern fades into the background. Several people try to get my attention in the club, but I bulldoze my way out of the crowd, exiting the building with all haste. After walking to the nearby parking lot, I get into my Lamborghini and speed away. My mind floats off as I'm driving, and before I realize it, I'm outside of Olivia's apartment building. Damn. What am I even doing here? I knew I had memorized the address when I sent the detectives out to check up on her, but I still didn't intend to come here myself. I count the floors from the bottom, locating her unit on the 6th floor. The lights are on and her perfect silhouette passes the window several times. Is this what I've become now? Am I so enamored with this woman that I've resorted to stalking her?
Chapter 13. Olivia. My mind's still reeling from last night as I tried to get through my workday. After I left the club, it was all I could do not to march right back in there to throw myself at Clarke again. I'm just glad he stopped kissing me. It made it easier to go home knowing he was having doubts too. Sleep should have come easily after such an exhausting day, but I tossed and turned for hours before finally succumbing to the fantasies that were plaguing my mind. I slept fine after that. I do my best to pay attention to my patients, willing myself to forget that kiss, at least for now. I have work to do, and I can't afford to let these steamy memories distract me. As I go through my usual routine, I tell myself to concentrate on anything but him. No matter how much I try, though. Flashes of Clarke's hand on my waist, the softness of his lips, the taste of his mouth, keep pushing their way into my mind. I'm not the only one who notices it. Thankfully, though, the full extent of my thoughts is hidden from view. My colleagues and patients are clearly aware there's something different about me. I can barely stifle the dumb smile that threatens to break out every time I think of Clarke. After the last 2 weeks of sleepless nights and constant tears, it's a welcome change. And not only for me. Some of my closest colleagues make jokes, guessing correctly that I've met someone. It's just not quite what they think. I don't give in to their teasing, though. I still have no idea what's really going on with Clarke, and trying to explain our current arrangement is more trouble than it's worth. Instead, I just smile and change the subject. At the end of the day, I gather my things, grateful to finally have a moment's peace. I still haven't processed everything, and I'm looking forward to taking a long bath and clearing my head. As I start towards the door of the nursing home, I catch a glimpse of blonde hair and black leather through the window. Could that really be? I barely have time to register what I've seen before Clarke comes striding through the door. My heart instantly starts hammering in my chest. God, is this going to happen every time? Not that I'm complaining. It's a nice kind of nervousness. I just don't want to have a coronary before my 30th birthday. He catches sight of me, and a huge grin breaks out on his face. That's new. It's not the arrogant smirk I'm used to. It's a genuine smile. He actually looks happy. "Hey, beautiful," he teases. "What are you doing here?" Half of me is glad to see him. The other half is still yearning for that alone time I promised myself. He's unfazed, though, and doesn't stop smiling as he answers. "Isn't it okay for your fiancé to pick you up?" He winks, and I almost burst out laughing. But I manage to hold myself together. Even though it's kind of a nightmare, part of me likes our little co-conspiracy. If I'm honest, this whole situation is bringing some much-needed excitement to my overly predictable life. I realize I'm smiling back at him, And if it looks anything like it feels, I must seem like a lunatic. I hardly even care, though. Clarke's happiness is apparently infectious. In the background, I hear my coworkers giggling, and I know I'm going to pay for this little encounter tomorrow. For now, though, I'm still trying to figure out what Clarke's doing here. Seriously, though, why are you here? I don't want him to think that because of last night, I'm suddenly available for sex. I still haven't made up my mind on his proposal. He surprises me, though. Well, I thought we could go out, get to know each other better. Not a hint of a euphemism. Maybe he's for real. If we're going to fake a marriage, we should probably do it right, he finishes with a hint of mischief. This time, I do laugh. I have no idea what this connection is after last night, but since I'm already along for the ride, I may as well indulge him. Sure, why not? The restaurant he takes me to is tasteful, but not overly classy, and I'm grateful. I'm not usually intimidated by money or status. My grandfather raised me not to judge people based on what they do or don't have, including myself. But I can't help but be painfully aware of our class difference. If he'd taken me to some fancy restaurant in my nurse's uniform, I would have stuck out like a sore thumb. With all the drama already between us, I'm grateful for one less thing to worry about. Still, he's a total gentleman, and I'm honestly surprised. He pulls my chair out for me when I go to sit down. I've had other guys do that before, but it's always been awkward, like it was for show. With Clarke, it just seems to come naturally to him, and I find myself enjoying it. It looks like I was right. There is a sweet side to him after all. During dinner, he asks me all about myself, and again I find my impression of him changing. He seems genuinely interested as I tell him about my studies, about how much I love working with the elderly, about my desire to help people. When I ask him about himself, he talks about his time at Harvard, his modeling career, and his clothing brand. I can't say I'm not impressed, but those aren't the things that really matter to me. I want to know what kind of person he is, especially towards women. So far, my impression on that front hasn't been great, and I want to dig a little deeper. I managed to steer the conversation towards dating, to try to understand who this playboy actually is beneath the bravado. I mean, I'm not really into relationships, he reveals. Yeah, I didn't really peg you as the monogamous type. I tease, though there's a slight barb in my joke. He feels it and is about to defend himself when a tall blonde, model type strides up to our table. Actually, she's not just a model type. She's a literal model. I recognize her from the glossy magazines we keep in the waiting room at the nursing home. She's already glaring at me as she greets Clarke with a curt kiss on the cheek, and I get the impression she's an old flame. Seeing them next to each other, I suddenly realize Clarke and I really are from different worlds. Neither better nor worse, just different. Our new guest doesn't seem to have quite such a diplomatic point of view, if the daggers she's shooting at me are anything to go by. Sabrina, he begins, but she cuts him off. Who's this? She's staring at me so hard I'm afraid my clothes are about to catch on fire. I'm suddenly hyper-aware of my drab uniform, my fuzzy, unwashed hair, the bags under my eyes from the last few weeks of poor sleep, and of course my skin. I'm the only black person in this restaurant. Clarke, however, doesn't skip a beat. Sabrina, this is Olivia, my girlfriend and soon-to-be fiancé. He flashes me a grin, and I can swear I hear a hint of pride in his voice. Sabrina, on the other hand, looks something between horrified and amused. You're kidding, right? She scoffs, looking me up and down. But Clarke isn't listening. Instead, he's getting down on one knee. Is this really happening? I'm almost as shocked as Sabrina is. He pulls out a red velvet box, revealing a sparkling ring inside. I guess he's really committed to the part. Olivia, my darling, my love, will you do me the honor of being my wife? There's a hint of the joke in his smile, but only I can see it. Behind him, Sabrina's face is plastered with a look of disgust. I'm not usually the spiteful type, but Sabrina is really rubbing me the wrong way. This seems like the perfect opportunity to flip her classist attitude on its head. I put on my best adoring smile as I play along with Clarke's charade. "Oh my God, baby, yes," I cry as I throw my arms around him. Nothing would make me happier. I'm really overdoing it, but I can't help myself. This is too much fun. Even though Clarke started it, he seems surprised at how enthusiastically I'm playing along. As he stands, I add the cherry to this amateur theater cake. With a look of sickly sweet love in my eyes, I pull him into a passionate kiss. Again, not quite what I imagined my engagement would be like, but as far as fake proposals go, it's not bad. What did Clarke say? If we're going to fake a marriage, we should probably do it right. The kiss is amazing, even if I do say so myself. It's a totally different kiss than last night's steamy makeout session. When I finally pull away, I see that Clarke is staring at me with a look of bewilderment. He obviously didn't expect this kind of reaction, and we both laugh a little as we lock eyes. I'm almost embarrassed, but I can't give up the act now. We've come this far already. As I glance over his shoulder, I see Sabrina storming out, and I can't help but feel a little smug. I hope she learns her lesson. I certainly didn't mind being her teacher.
Chapter 14. Clarke, I know our proposal was all for show, but why do I feel joyous? It's as if I'm on top of the world right now, and I'm not exactly sure why. Any man would be thrilled to have Olivia on his arm. She's a beautiful, authentic woman who has her head firmly planted on her shoulders. On paper, she is everything that I would want in a wife. I guess this night has just made that realization even clearer for me. This news is going to shock many people, and honestly, I'm ready for the positive change that it will do for my image. I've tried to convince the tabloids for years that I'm not this bad boy that they so desperately portray me to be. I've been judged inaccurately based on my looks ever since I debuted as a model, and I can't help but think how refreshing it would be for people to finally see the real Clarke Freedstone. It is beyond satisfying how everything has played out. Sabrina being present while I initiated my engagement was the cherry on top. She has been a woman that I just can't seem to avoid. Since she works with some of the best fashion designers in Virginia Beach, I always happen to run into her during events. I've known for a while that she intentionally makes herself present whenever I'm in attendance, but as a businessman, I still have to show up regardless. Sabrina is a prime example of why I typically cut ties with women after a month. I've never viewed clinginess as a desirable trait. That's what makes Olivia so different from any woman I've ever met. She walks with confidence and isn't afraid to put someone in their place, no matter how rich and famous they are. Her acting skills have also taken me by surprise. The way she rewarded me with such an amorous kiss makes the whole thing feel more realistic. Is it possible that she could be enjoying this experience as much as I am? After settling up the check, I can't seem to take my eyes off of her. She continues to study the ring on her finger like it's the real deal. Her face lights up when she smiles, making me want to do more things to get this reaction out of her. Damn. She really is stunning. I'm the luckiest man in the world right now to just be in her presence. I finally remember how to use my words and acknowledge her with a smile. Would you care to go for a walk at the park that's nearby? Olivia looks up at me, her face still as bright as the diamond on her finger. Sure. We walk out of the restaurant together, then slowly pace the sidewalk towards the park. Olivia is initially on the outside of the sidewalk, so I gently place my hands at the sides of her shoulders, moving her to the inside. She looks up at me admiringly. Where did you pick up that habit? Most men don't do that anymore. I place my hands in my pockets, relaxing my shoulders after realizing that they had been tense. My uncle is very old-fashioned. He has always been a good role model for me. Olivia looks straight ahead as a few couples pass us on her other side. That's a very positive thing. I'm glad he's played that role in your life. We stand at the crosswalk as the green walking icon illuminates. I use us crossing the street together as an opportunity to push the touch barrier. My left hand presses against the small of her back, and to my surprise, she does not object. I exhale with relief, knowing that I could have been pepper sprayed again for that action. She must be in a good mood tonight from our fake engagement. I wonder what else I could possibly get away with. The park is well lit, and there are still a good amount of people out enjoying the night air. We both watch the group of teenagers that skateboard and roller skate on the wide ramp as we pass by it. I think about something to say to generate a conversation with her, but a good topic seems to escape me. Why am I like this? I feel like a high school boy right now. A woman has never made me nervous like this before. All I can think about is her soft, full lips against mine. Why do they call you Kent? Olivia's brown eyes gaze up at me as the park lights reflect off of them. Huh? I'd heard her question, but it caught me off guard, pulling me out of my trance. At the club, they called you Kent, she explains more thoroughly. Oh. I feel like an idiot now that I finally grasp her inquiry. Clarke Kent. It's a Superman reference. Ah. Olivia smiles widely, rolling her eyes back as if she feels ashamed for not catching on to the reference on her own. You know, it's so obvious now that you say it. Yeah. I release a chuckle. It has followed me ever since elementary school. Are you from here originally? Yes. I grew up here, left for college, then came back. She pauses to look at the landscape around her. I guess I wanted to give back to my own community. We did the same thing. It seems like we were both called back home. I went to Harvard. What's your alma mater? I notice how genuinely interested I am in her despite the fact that I already know the answer to my question. A part of me feels guilty for having the background check done on her, but I want to cover all my bases so I don't incriminate myself. I went to Duke. She stops walking next to me, focusing her attention on an old lady who struggles to lift herself from a park bench. Olivia runs over to her, instantly offering her assistance. The old woman smiles warmly at her, saying some kind words that I'm too far away to hear. When the elderly woman's grandson appears with a wheelchair, Olivia assists him with opening it, then helps his grandmother into the seat. I cover the distance between us, observing how they wave at her as they head in the opposite direction. I guess there's no off switch for being a caregiver. Olivia turns to face me with a slightly winced expression. Sorry about that. It was really rude how I just ran off like that. No, it's actually really admirable. I hold her gaze, wishing that we could somehow end up kissing again. Thank you. She smiles graciously, causing my heart to skip a beat as she continues to follow the trail. My long legs follow behind her, executing a slight sprint to place me at her side again. She avoids my gaze, asking the question that I knew was coming. So what's the story with the lady at the restaurant? I dated her 4 months ago. We weren't compatible, I answer in a matter-of-fact tone. Her brow raises. I wonder if a guy like you even knows what he wants. A guy like me? I stop us as we reach the center of the bridge covering the river. What is that supposed to mean? Olivia leans her arms over the wooden railing, glancing down at her reflection in the sparkling water. If you're bouncing from woman to woman so much, you're not able to form a genuine connection with any of them. That's usually what emotionally unavailable men do. I position myself next to her at the bridge's railing. As much as I don't want to admit it, she's already seeing right through me. Perhaps this is a strategy that I've adopted due to the first example I had of relationships. My parents have always had an unhealthy relationship, and I must have been limiting my time with these women to avoid a similar situation. She looks up at me when I fail to give a response. You're such a woman magnet. Well, I finally speak on the topic by using humor. I just can't seem to stop them from jumping me. She leaves my side with a deep scoff. This is why they perceive you as a playboy. You're not exactly proving them wrong. I trail behind her to the other side of the bridge. What about you? Olivia turns around me, shrugging as if she has nothing to add. What about me? My eyes glance down at the large rock on her ring finger. Why isn't a woman like you already off the market? She holds her hands together like the question has suddenly made her self-conscious. I'm too focused on work. Guys don't exactly find that attractive. I do. The words slip out of my mouth before I have a chance to stop them. I divert her attention by teasing her immediately. Virgins need love, too. Olivia releases an aggravated grunt. You wouldn't understand. You're a man, brat. I chuckle at her insult, not taking it to heart. You can believe that if you want to. I like to hang out at bars and clubs, and women naturally follow. I'm always transparent with the women I'm involved with. They know the score. She searches my eyes for sincerity, then responds. I believe you. We should probably head back. It's getting kind of late. You're right. I glance at my watch before joining her on the walk back. We talk some more as I drive her home. Olivia unlocks her seatbelt when we pull up to her building. Then, before she can get out, I softly kiss her on her lips. She gives me a stunned expression, awkwardly says goodbye, then quickly exits my car. I grin with satisfaction as I watch her full hips sway from left to right as she enters her building safely. This is the first time I've taken the initiative of kissing a woman, knowing that it's not leading to sex. Am I equally interested in her body and her mind? What is she doing to me?
Chapter 15. Olivia. For the second day in a row, I find it almost impossible to concentrate at work. The activities of last night are still playing on my mind, and all morning I find myself smiling like an idiot. I need to snap out of it, or I'm going to have to start explaining things to my colleagues, and I'm still not up for that. I tell myself I'm going to put Clarke out of my mind, at least until the end of the day. Of course, that plan fails spectacularly the moment the roses turn up. I'm just finishing up with one resident, and am about to check on another when I catch a glimpse of an enormous bouquet of flowers being delivered to the front desk. I already know they're for me, even before the receptionist giggles in my direction. I feel my cheeks glow warm as I step forward to cradle the gorgeous roses. They're a deep, luscious red, an undeniable declaration of romantic love. My colleagues crowd around me, teasing even worse than they did yesterday. There's no way I can deny their accusations now, and I let them speculate over my mystery man without arguing this time. Those that saw me with Clarke yesterday are throwing names around, trying to guess who he is. One colleague has a picture of him up on her phone and is insisting he's the model Clarke Freedstone, while others are telling her she's crazy. As for me, I'm happy to let them argue. I'm too busy staring at the flowers to pay much attention. Besides, this still doesn't feel real. Probably because it's not. Damn, Clarke is really committing to this sham engagement. I know it's just to keep up appearances, but part of me hopes it means something more than just an elaborate charade. Stop it. That wasn't the deal. He's a businessman, remember? I managed to shake the thought away. There's no way this guy is after anything more than the property he so obviously covets. Still, the flowers are a nice gesture, and after stashing them in the lunchroom, I pull out my phone. I type and retype the message 3 or 4 times. Why am I so nervous? Eventually, I settle on simple and to the point. Hey, thank you so much for the flowers. They're beautiful. That's okay, right? For some reason, I find my heart pounding, like so many times before. I see him typing back immediately, and the hammering in my chest gets faster. It's the least I could do for my wife-to-be. I smile giddily before catching myself. This isn't real. I'm about to respond when I see he's typing again. Those 3 dots seem to last a lifetime, and for a second, I feel like a teenager again. I have a surprise for you. Another one? I reply. You really don't have to do anything more. The roses are already plenty. I'm not used to this. Given my almost non-existent dating history, This is the first time I've ever been treated like this. Don't be silly. I'm happy to. And besides, we need to make this look real. We're engaged, right? Don't you think your colleagues should know? And there it is. I hate to say it, but I feel a little deflated. Even though I know this is all fake, a little part of me wants it to be real. He's right, though. If we're doing this, we need to make it look legit. And that, unfortunately, means convincing my colleagues we're head over heels in love. I'm not looking forward to the gossip fest that lies before me. I hesitate before replying, but eventually give in. Okay, what do you have in mind? What time do you take lunch? 2 hours later, and I still don't know what he's planning. After telling him when I'd have my lunch break, he disappeared, and I've spent the time since then steeling myself for whatever's to come. Now, glancing at my watch, I realize whatever it is, it's happening in about 5 minutes. I can't help but glance surreptitiously at the door, and finally, I see him. Not just him, though. He waltzes through the front door, followed by an entourage of caterers. I hardly have time to register before he's coordinating with the receptionist and ushering caterers into the lunchroom. He's brought a feast with him, not just for me, but for my colleagues and the nursing home residents, too. I'm completely dumbfounded, and I must look it, because when Clarke catches sight of me, he laughs. Not maliciously, but as though he finds me endearing. Behind him, more assistants are wheeling in trolleys piled with gifts, and he gives me a wink before he starts distributing them to anyone he lays his eyes upon. Around me, the room is abuzz with chatter. My colleagues' impatience overjoyed by the sudden surprise. I'm the only one that's totally speechless. With everyone preoccupied comparing gifts and helping themselves to the food, Clarke finally turns to me. Surprise, he says with a soft shrug, as though this extravagant appearance were a paltry gift. Clarke, this is insane. I don't know what to say. I'm still struggling to digest the scene before me. Honestly, it's nothing. Must be nice. I immediately recognize the thought as petty. He's being generous, and I should be thankful. Well, thank you. It's really kind of you. He flashes me a grin. Another authentic smile before the walls go up again. Well, we need to sell it, right? I'm almost disheartened by this reference to the dishonest nature of our situation, but something catches in my chest. Is he deflecting? Does part of him want this to be real too? I try not to put too much weight on the thought, but it lingers in the back of my mind as Clarke suggests we make an announcement. I'm conflicted but agree. Half of me doesn't want to deal with the gossip, especially knowing that I'll have to lie through my teeth to my colleagues and patients, but the other half wants to ride this high, even if it is fake. Plus, I want to hear what Clarke has to say. I'm still trying to read him, despite myself. He grabs a dessert spoon and a flute of champagne. Yes, he brought champagne. From the nearest caterer. The clear ringing of metal on glass quietens the crowd almost immediately. Everyone is staring at us, and I feel my face heat up again. Oh God, what have I done? Thank you, everyone, Clarke begins. Some of you may already know me, but for those who don't, I'm Clarke Freedstone. The colleagues who have been struggling to place his strangely familiar face start tittering with delight at this revelation. Sandra, the woman who insisted it was him earlier, is equal parts surprised and smug. I see at least a dozen pairs of eyes widen before glancing at me with a look that can only be described as awe. You might be wondering what all this is about. He gestures broadly at the overflowing luxury before us. Well, he then looks adoringly at me. Olivia and I have some news. At this, he slides his arm around me and pulls me close. He looks me right in the eyes. That same darling smile plastered all over his face. Is it real? I hardly dare believe it. We're getting married! The room erupts with squeals, Gasps and applause, and Clarke's eyes linger on me for another second before we're surrounded by people offering well wishes. I don't think I've ever received so many hugs and kisses in my life. I'm being plied with questions, but I can't do much but laugh awkwardly and look away. How am I supposed to act at what's turned out to be a surprise engagement party? No one ever trains you for this, especially not my particular situation. Finally, my boss approaches me. "Congratulations, honey," she says, and means it. She's always been kind to me, and when she pulls me into a hug, I actually let myself enjoy the moment. "Why don't you take the rest of the afternoon off?" Her smile is warm and sincere. She's really happy for me, and I feel a twinge of guilt at the offer. "Oh no, it's okay, I begin, but she stops me with a hand. "I insist. We're more than covered here. Go enjoy yourselves." She glances at Clarke, who smiles back at her. I guess this is happening whether I like it or not. At this point, it would be rude to keep arguing, so I accept her generous offer. Besides, I could use a break. I turn to Clarke, who's already shifted his gaze to me. There's a sparkle in his eye, and I can't help but smile at him. Damn, he's cute when he's not being arrogant. "So, what do you want to do?" I ask. When he answers, it's not at all what I expect. "How about visiting my mom? I want to tell her the big news." The thought of lying to Elena again makes me nervous. But he's right. We need to tell her. I take a deep breath before I answer. "Okay, but you're doing the talking." There's that smile again. On the drive over, we chat, and to my surprise, I feel myself getting more comfortable with him. We even joke about the looks on my colleagues' faces during his speech. We're still laughing as we pull up to his mom's house. As soon as we get out, though, our faces drop. From inside the house, I hear the distinct sound of yelling, followed by a loud crash. The blood drains from my face as I look at Clarke. "What the hell?" But he's already rushing inside, fear plastered all over his face. I scramble to catch up. Whatever's happening, it's not good.
You won't know what hit you, baby. I'm going to take you, break you, and make you mine. When I'm done, you're...
Now hold on just a minute.
What?
I got something to say.
What's the meaning of this?
Now you may be some fine-looking white boy,
Got that right, baby. It takes hard work.
and you might got the money,
Fat stacks, baby, to spoil you with.
but that doesn't mean I'm going to give it up to you without a fight.
A fight?
You want some limp wilting flowers? Go to historical romance, baby. But you want sassy and spicy strong black queens that tame their alpha male bad boys?
I think our listeners do.
Then you go on and look at Miss Tyla's Bougie Brides and Billionaires audio bundle.
50 hours of me whispering the most romantic things in your ears. Fake marriages, alpha male billionaires, strong black women, steamy scenes that will make your eyes roll back. And everything wrapped up in a happily ever after that will put you in an afterglow.
Use code SAVE40 to get 40% off this bundle and any other digital product in Miss Tyla's store.
Unabridged and uncut.
Just like you,
You're gonna have to find out.
Tyla Walker Romances. Escape your life with sassy romance.
Chapter 16. Clarke. What the hell was that? The sound of something crashing against the floor can be heard from the other side of the front door. My family home is in a very upscale part of town, so it can't possibly be a burglary. The next thought that crosses my mind makes my hand shake as my key turns in the doorknob. My father might be having one of his fits of rage where he starts throwing things around the house. I frantically swing open the front door, glancing over my shoulder at Olivia. Stay behind me. She has just as strong of a concerned expression on her face as she nods obligingly. I take large, focused steps forward to where the commotion is coming from. As we enter the entertainment room, the scene instantly brings back the trauma from my childhood. A wide array of glass and porcelain covers the floor, indicating that several decorative pieces had been broken. My father is standing over my mother with an aggressive stance as she sits on the ground, crying into her folded knees. Clarence continues to yell at her, oblivious to our presence. Does tradition mean nothing to you? You're bringing shame to the Freedstone name with this ridiculous divorce idea. Maybe I need to remind you who exactly is in charge. He raises his fist as if he is about to strike her while she's defenseless. What the hell are you doing? I rush over and plant my feet in front of my mother, using my body as a barricade. You have the nerve to show your face here like this? Clarence challenges me with fierce eyes. You've gotten bold now that you're a big man. Don't forget who is the owner of this house. Elena looks up at us, revealing several bruises on her face and a busted lip. He doesn't mean any harm, Clarence. Shut up, Elena! His powerful voice echoes throughout the main floor. Are you serious? I drop down to my knees, cupping my mother's battered face in my hands. I'm so tired of this damn. She pleads with me, already knowing what is on my mind. Clarke, no. Please don't. You're the one bringing shame to this family. I clench my fists as I rise to my feet quickly, then charge at him, landing a right hook at the corner of his jaw. Clarence looks up at me, utterly stunned. He holds his jaw with his hand as he checks the movement with an angered expression. You've lost your goddamn mind, boy. He may be shorter than me by about 5 inches, but his body is still toned. For a man in his mid-50s, he remains more fit than most men his age. I know that if he really wants to knock me out, he can, but I don't let that deter me from sticking up for my mother. He charges at me like a bulldozer, taking several swings at me that I evade. I can see Olivia going to my mother in my peripheral vision, which causes my adrenaline to increase even more. Elena cries out from behind us, "Please stop this!" I am distracted for a mere second, and my father lands a powerful punch at my torso, sending me back a few steps. He keeps his arms in a fighter's stance as he taunts me. What's the matter, son? You can't win a fight against your old man? Are you really that weak? My hands press against my sternum as I cough several times, then I refocus my attention on him. A man like you doesn't deserve to have that title. I haven't heard from you in months. You think that changes the fact that my blood is running through your veins? He releases a low chuckle. It seems like you're asking for a beating, too. The sound of his voice aggravates me more than it ever has. He thinks that he can put his hands on my mother and get away with it? Well, he has another thing coming. I put up my fists like I'm preparing for battle. Whether I win or lose, somebody has to stand up to this terrorist. Clarence smirks cunningly as if he has been looking forward to this day. That's the spirit. Face me like a man. I can hear Olivia consoling my mother in the background, while Elena carries on with her hysterics. This is probably the last thing that she ever wanted to witness, but I can't keep letting my father abuse her with no consequences. If this is what has become of our family dynamic, so be it. Clarence grits his teeth as we lock arms, the scotch on his breath becoming stronger as he gets closer. This is his handicap. He would have had me if he was sober. I'll make him regret every time he has made my mother cry tonight. I use my long legs as leverage as I push him backwards, immediately following through with a jab, then a left hook. He grunts in pain as he stumbles backwards, losing his bearings faster due to being intoxicated. But I don't stop there. I cover the distance between us, refusing to cut his karma short. I punch him several times in his stomach, then deliver an uppercut while he hunches forward. Clarence collapses to the ground on his side, the blood from his nose and mouth dripping onto the expensive marble tiles. My eyes are still filled with rage, and I want nothing more than for this man to suffer for decades upon decades of pain. Just as I'm about to kick him while he's down, Elena grabs me from behind, clenching my body as she cries onto my back. "Clarke, please stop." Her soft voice and firm embrace calm me down. I take in a deep breath, then exhale sharply before turning my body to hug her properly. "I'm sorry, Mom." My bloodied hand holds the back of her head as she cries onto my chest. I just couldn't sit back and do anything. Olivia re-enters the room, locking eyes with me after seeing that my father lies on the ground. She exhales for the first time since she has been in my palace, her voice trembling as she speaks. I called 911. I nod at her appreciatively, struggling to find the words to say in that moment. This whole encounter must have been even more disturbing for her. It's the first time that she has seen my father and mother together, and it ends up being a domestic situation. I just wanted to have a peaceful night as we celebrate our engagement as a family, but then I end up revealing a part of my story that I had hoped to keep hidden. Has Olivia's perception of me changed now? Does she think that I'm just as violent as my father? Have my aggressive actions tonight repulsed her? I don't regret fighting my father, but I regret that she had to witness it. We are both aware that our families are screwed up due to the circumstances of us meeting, but she probably never expected things on my side to be this bad. I'm embarrassed that she had to see this side of me. The police arrive shortly after to take my father just as he starts regaining consciousness. The EMTs offer to look at me, but I tell them to give all their attention to my mother. They start to leave the house with Elena after checking on Olivia. We follow behind them awkwardly, and I still find it challenging to speak about what just happened. As we descend the stairs outside the house, I gently take Olivia's arm, stopping her at the middle of the staircase. Are you okay? She looks up at me with her brown eyes that appear more dim than usual. Yes, I'm just worried about your mom. Me too. I exhale deeply, lowering my hand and placing it in my pocket. It's been a long night. I'm sorry you got caught up in all this. I can take you home, then go to the hospital. No, I'm coming with you. Olivia walks ahead of me towards the ambulance. I follow behind her, feeling the guilt overwhelm me. All of this is my fault. I had a sense of my parents' issues, but had never seen it quite like this. Now I can't stop thinking about what could have been really happening all these years. My mother has been suffering in silence for too long. Honestly, if she didn't stop me, I probably could have killed him. Olivia and I ride with my mother in the back of the ambulance, giving her our full attention. The two paramedics ask her several questions while she lays on the stretcher, and they take her vitals. I hate seeing her in such a weakened state. She was my only source of strength growing up, and I just hope that she can rely on me as much as I relied on her as a child. When we arrive at the hospital, the doctor stops us from entering the examination room, stating that they need to keep Elena for observation, including X-rays and an MRI. I tell him that we will be in the waiting room indefinitely, and would like to be notified with any new developments. Olivia chimes in on the discussion. I'm a registered nurse. Can I stay with the patient overnight? I am genuinely surprised that she would even make such an offer when she has no real obligation to me or my mother. The doctor shifts his attention from me to Olivia. We have a nurse assigned to care for her 24/7. She's not in a threatening condition, so you can get some rest at home tonight. We both watch the doctor as he disappears down the corridor. Olivia turns her body to me, speaking in a comforting tone. Why don't you stay here while I pack an overnight bag for her? The front door should still be unlocked, right? I grab her hand as she starts to walk away, feeling more vulnerable than I ever have in my whole life. I need you with me. She reads my eyes with a soft expression. Okay, let's go together.
Chapter 17. Olivia. I'm still shaking from what I've just witnessed, but I try to pull it together for Clarke. He obviously needs me right now. The car ride back to his mom's house is silent, but tension thrums in the air between us. I hated seeing him get violent, but at the same time I realized it was the only thing he could do at that moment to save his mom. I decide to save the judgment. Right now, Clarke is in a very fragile state. I can't imagine what must be going on inside him. I want to say something, but somehow my mind is blank. All my training as a nurse has prepared me to deal with moments just like this. But with Clarke, it's different. I've never been so close to a situation. Everything I want to say feels paltry in the wake of what just happened. Instead, I reach over and rest my hand on his thigh as he drives, He flinches for a second. He must have been miles away, but then softens and lays his hand on mine, wrapping his fingers around my hand and squeezing it gently. It's not until we arrive that we speak our first words to each other. As he's opening the door, I rest my hand on his back, a simple gesture meant to say, "I'm here." It seems like the message got through because he turns to me. "Thank you." His words are soft and heavy, and the look in his eyes is a mixture of pain and gratitude. As we enter the house, the words finally come. They're so simple. I can't believe it took me so long to find them, but maybe we needed that time to connect without words first. "Do you want to talk about it?" I venture softly. He flashes a wan smile of gratitude. "Yeah, actually." We settle on the bed in his mom's room, absent-mindedly gathering her things as we talk. "I'm really sorry you had to see that." He looks down with what seems to be genuine guilt as his fingers rub against the bruised knuckles of his right hand. "I know this whole marriage thing isn't real, but I guess you should know what kind of family you're marrying into anyway. I just didn't want you to find out like this." He pauses, and I can tell there's something else he wants to say, but is struggling to get it out. With immense care, I place my hand over his again, and his thumb clutches my fingers tightly this time. He looks at me with those piercing eyes before glancing away, the guilt taking over again. What is it? What does he want to say? "I didn't..." He takes a deep breath. "I didn't want you to see me like that. That's not who I am." At that, my heart softens even more. "I know. You were protecting your mom." His head is still hanging low, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. I've never seen him so raw, so vulnerable. As he replies, it dawns on me that he's ashamed. I wish I didn't have to. She deserves so much better than this. I shift closer, the task of packing his mom's bag completely abandoned by now. I want to give him my full attention as he keeps talking. This wasn't a one-off incident. This was my entire childhood and my mom's entire marriage. I grew up watching her become smaller and smaller as my dad got more and more abusive. He swallows hard. Has he ever talked about this before? He doesn't seem like the type to open up, and the more he talks, the more it seems like a lifetime of secrets is tumbling out. You wouldn't think it to look at her now, but she used to be so full of energy, at least when I was really little. I don't think my dad was so violent then, or maybe he just hadn't broken her yet. His voice catches as he says this, and he doesn't try to hide it. There was always a lot of yelling, though, not just at my mom. He swallows again, taking his time to say whatever's coming next. At this point, though, I am infinitely patient. I can't believe he's telling me all this, but I'm grateful he trusts me. I always tried to protect her, but when I was a kid, I couldn't fight back. The only thing I could do was try to pull his attention away from my mom and onto myself. I mean, it didn't stop him from screaming at her or hitting her, but I guess she didn't get it as bad as she would have otherwise. He sighs heavily, and my heart is absolutely breaking for this man. I can't imagine the weight he must be carrying, and that he's been carrying for so long. I just want it to be over, though. I've been waiting my whole life for her to be free of him, and now she's finally found the courage to leave. Honestly, I don't know how she even did. He's the kind of person you can't say no to, because if you try, he trails off, and a look of anger flashes over his face. Well, you saw what happened. But maybe this will be the beginning of the end. At least she's safe for now. I just need to get her out of there. That's why you need the house? I ask, but I already know the answer. I'm finally seeing the bigger picture here. He's not in this for the inheritance itself. He's in it for his mom. Every bad thought I've ever had about him is washed away in the wave of revelations he's sharing with me. Yeah, none of this is really for me. I talk a big game, but honestly, I just want my mom to be happy. She's the only thing in the world I really care about. And that house means everything to her right now. It's not just a place, it's her place. She deserves to have it. There's no place like home, right? I attempt a gentle smile and he smiles back. The shadows that have surrounded him until now seem to lift a little. How about you? He asks. Why is that beach property so important to you? I'm a little surprised at the question. I've poured so much energy into caring for him that I don't really know how to let him do the same for me. The glimpse of a thought brushes the edges of my consciousness. That's a running theme in my life. I'm not quite ready to face that truth, though, and quickly turn my thoughts to the house instead. My grandfather loved it there. We didn't have much, but that house let us escape the inner city for a little while. We'd pretend we were on a desert island, that it was just the two of us. I smile at this memory, which transports me back almost 20 years. I can feel the sand between my toes and feel the warm sun on my skin. Most importantly, I see my grandfather's smile. Was it just the two of you? Clarke ventures. His voice is soft and his eyes warm, but I'm still surprised by the question. Either he's incredibly perceptive or he's done his research. I realize I don't care which one it is. I'm more than willing to share my story after he's made himself so vulnerable. Yeah, it was. My mom left me with him when I was 7 to run away with some guy. After that, I didn't see her again. I try to say it lightly, but the words catch in my throat. There's a hint of anger in there, too. It's not something I ever talk about, but the way this conversation is going, I can't hold back. I missed her so much. Even though she didn't give a damn about me, I really needed her. I spent a long time wondering what I'd done wrong. As I speak, I feel tears start to roll down my cheeks. I can't believe I'm telling him this, but in my core, I feel relieved. I've been holding on to this for so long, hiding it all behind my smile. There's so much pain in me that has never had a chance to come out. Until now. I can't bring myself to look at Clarke, but I don't have to. He reaches out and I feel his hand brush the tears from my cheek. You did nothing wrong, Olivia. There it is again. The way he says my name penetrates deep into me. It's like being wrapped in a warm blanket. I look up to see him gazing at me with such an enormity of care in his eyes that I can't help but melt into him. He folds his arms around me and holds me for a long time as I let the tears flow. It's the first time I've ever let myself be this vulnerable with someone else, and it feels so good. When I finally look up, my face inches from his. I find his eyes still carry that same look. There's something else, though. Something I can't quite put my finger on. Whatever it is, it makes me feel safe. Without even thinking, I lean forward and kiss him. And again. It's different to the other times. There's depth to it. It's real.
Chapter 18. Clarke.
And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
Looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we'd love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to YouTube's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyla always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at tylawalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyla's collection is waiting for you.
If you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to tylawalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 19. Olivia. I still can't believe what happened last night. Even as I watch Clarke prepare an extravagant breakfast, he won't let me help either, insisting on treating me to yet another surprise that I hardly feel I deserve. Instead, I'm left waiting awkwardly at the kitchen table, trying to get my thoughts straight. Last night, simply put, was incredible. I'm not exactly a virgin, despite Clarke's teasing, but I've never been made love to like that either. It's as if I've stepped into an unknown realm, and it's completely rocked me. When Clarke presents breakfast, blueberry pancakes with fresh fruit and maple syrup, I feel like I must have landed in heaven. Seriously, who is this guy? As we eat, Clarke keeps stealing looks at me, flashing me a gorgeous smile every time our eyes meet. I find myself overcome with nerves, though. Despite, or perhaps because of the intimacy we shared last night, I suddenly find myself shy. I want to say something, but once again, I'm lost for words. It seems like that happens a lot around him. Luckily, Clarke never has that problem. I made some extra pancakes. I thought we could take them over to my mom. I smile warmly. He really isn't at all what I gathered from my first impression. He's caring, gentle, and kind. He's just hiding so much of that beneath a hard shell of self-preservation. Knowing what I know now, that makes perfect sense. I'm grateful that shell seems to be dropping away, though. At the hospital, his mom laughs warmly as he presents her with the pancakes. Oh, Clarke, you shouldn't have. But the look in her eyes shows how much the gesture means to her. Of course I should have. I've heard enough stories about hospital food to know better. He winks at her, and she laughs again. We spend some time chatting and checking in. Elena remarkably is in good spirits, despite everything she's gone through. As Clarke dotes on her, she laughs, infinite gratitude showing in her eyes. He really did save her, and again my heart breaks for him, knowing that he could never just be a kid. He's always been his mother's savior. I try not to think too much about that, though. For now, Elena seems happy, and so does Clarke. I'm simply waiting for the moment we have to break the big news. I'm still not sure how I feel about it, but I know it has to happen. Better not to put it off too long, or things will be even more awkward. My train of thought is broken as I hear the words I've been waiting for. Actually, Mom, I have something to tell you. Well, he glances at me. We have something to tell you. He takes my hand and draws me closer. I feel my heart pounding again, and I find it almost impossible to look at Elena, even though I feel her eyes on me. Luckily, Clarke does the talking, as promised. Olivia and I are engaged. His face breaks into another one of those wide smiles. Either this boy is an incredible actor, or he really is ecstatic to be marrying me. Either way, I can't help but smile too. Elena's face, however, doesn't reflect quite the same joy. Even though she's smiling, she's obviously shocked. Not in a bad way, just warily. I don't blame her. A huge part of me feels the same way. Oh, okay. Well, congratulations. She stumbles with her words, wanting to support her son but not quite on board with the idea either. Mom, it's okay. You can say it. Clarke seems unfazed, contentedly riding the wave of her doubt without concern. I'm sorry, honey. I'm just worried you might be moving a little too fast. She turns to me. And that's nothing against you, dear. I just want to make sure you're both thinking this through. That's all. I feel frozen under her gaze, and the guilt of lying to her weighs on me. Clarke comes to my rescue once again. I know, but what can I say? It's love at first sight. I can't explain it, but I know I want to marry Olivia. He looks at me adoringly, and I try to search his eyes, looking for the smirk of a joke in them. I don't have enough time to find it, though, before he looks away again. I take that as a cue to check on Elena. I'm still lost for words, though. Instead, I smile at her, hoping my awkwardness isn't showing through. Elena, however, needs more convincing, and suddenly I'm in the spotlight. Olivia, you've already been a part of this family through my father, even if I didn't know it, and I'll always be grateful for that. And now with this, you'll really join the family if you two get married. I don't want you to think I'm suspicious, she continues. But I have to ask you. Clarke is my baby, and I want to make sure you're both doing this for the right reasons. Can you tell me why you want to marry Clarke? For a second, I think she knows about the will, or that she has her suspicions. And in that moment, I almost blurt out everything. Suddenly, though, I realize she's looking at Clarke with a warm smile. Maybe it's better to take this question at face value. I decide to take a gamble. We're so close to going through with the marriage. It would be foolish to say something now without being sure of what Elena's asking. I try my best to maintain the charade, hoping I can thread enough truth into my words that it doesn't feel like I'm lying to her. To be honest, our first impressions weren't the best. It took me some time to warm up to Clarke. But even before we really got to know each other, there was a definite spark between us. None of that is a lie, I reason. I just don't mention the fact that the spark was us wanting to kill each other. Once we started spending more time together, I got to know what kind of man he really is. At this, I look up at Clarke and see him looking back at me. There's a degree of scrutiny in his eyes. I can tell he's nervous. I'll say something that will reveal the truth about us. I keep going. I can get through this. And over time, I've seen so much care, gentleness, and kindness. He's a good man. He's the man I want to marry. At this last part, I almost cringe a little bit. Am I overdoing it? Still, I try to lean into the truth of what I've said. He is a good man. That much I can stand behind. For his part, Clarke looks relieved, even proud. I can't tell if he's proud of me for getting through that without blowing our cover, or proud of what I said about him. Elena seems to have settled a little bit. My words obviously made an impact on her, because she looks much less worried. And where did you two meet? She's still looking at me, so I take that to mean I should be the one to answer. Well, we first met at a coffee shop. I lie. We weren't exactly on good terms then, but after he bought my coffee, we started talking and we got to know each other better. Then Clarke started visiting me at work, and each time he came, he'd show how much he wanted to be with me. Honestly, I've never been romanced like that. At this, I looked down with a shy smile because, despite the rest of the deception, that sentence was completely true. After a while, I couldn't say no. Truth and lies are blending so seamlessly together that I'm practically convincing myself. Clarke jumps in to tell the rest of the story, and I'm grateful I could end my part on something honest. She definitely took some convincing, but it was worth the effort. I'm so lucky to have found a woman who loves me the way I love her. He wraps an arm around my waist and plants a soft kiss on my head. I just about melt. Whether from happiness or embarrassment, I don't know. Life is short, Mom. I don't want to wait any longer than I have to when I know I've found my future wife. With that stellar performance, Elena is convinced. She reaches out for Clarke's hand and throws me a warm smile. Well, as long as you're happy, I'm happy. Besides, I was beginning to lose hope you'd ever get married at all. We all laugh at this. The tension seems to have broken, and I let out a sigh of relief. Still, the more I look at Elena, the guiltier I feel. I know what we're doing is ultimately for her, but I hate to lie to this woman. I find that I'm growing genuinely fond of her. Not only has she gone through so much, but she's obviously a loving and supportive mother. Even her relationships with Franco would have been completely different if it had been up to her. She's a good person, and that makes lying to her all that much harder. I try my best to push the feeling away, knowing that what we're doing is for the best. But I can't shake the question that keeps brushing at the edges of my mind. Am I doing the right thing?
Chapter 20. Clarke, I've never been more thrilled to witness two women getting along so well. Olivia constantly amazes me, and I admire her even more for how her presence really benefits my mother. There are often times where I can't get a grasp on reality. Everything between us feels so real, and I can't help but feel disheartened when I remember that Elena isn't her real mother-in-law. This whole experience is making me grow in ways I never imagined possible. I suspected that I would enjoy spending time with Olivia once we got past our differences, but she exceeds my expectations. The connection that I had with her when we were having sex is something that I've never felt before. It has made me realize how closed off I was to women this whole time. I was a product of my parents' toxic relationship, only using women as sexual tools. Opening myself up to Olivia emotionally has resulted in greater sexual intimacy. How did I stumble across such an extraordinary woman? Her authenticity and selflessness inspire me to become a better version of myself. Being with Olivia is truly therapeutic. I always thought it was a myth that only existed in the classic R&B songs, but making love to her is like a Marvin Gaye song. I feel more healed and aligned than I ever have in 32 years of life. I'm still in a good mood as we leave the hospital together. I glance over at Olivia while I'm driving her home in my Lamborghini. How have you envisioned your wedding? Do you see it as something similar to a fairy tale? Would you want it to be extravagant? Olivia sits comfortably in the passenger seat, twisting the engagement ring on her finger as she contemplates her response. I guess I've never really thought about it. The sunlight reflects off her beautiful brown eyes as she looks at me. I wasn't the typical little girl who planned out her dream wedding. I just want something simple, to be honest. I'm caught off guard by her response. I had always assumed that every woman wanted the wedding that envied all weddings. It is instilled in them so early on that a magnificent wedding is the symbol of a successful life. To hear that a woman doesn't relate to that vision is quite refreshing. All the starlets and models I've dated have all at some point mentioned a wedding with $1 million price tag. Olivia studies how I've become silent. We should do it soon, she adds. Our year starts on our wedding day. Is that what she's thinking about? The year contract? Have I not made enough of an impression on her for her to take me seriously? I know that this is all an arrangement my grandfather made for us, but it would be nice for the both of us to approach this with open hearts. The possibilities for us could be endless. Am I getting too carried away with my feelings for her when she might not feel the same way for me? Why are you so quiet on this topic? You usually have a lot to say. She raises her brow with suspicion. Oh. I pull myself out of my own thoughts, hoping that she hasn't taken my silence as disrespect. I'm just genuinely interested in your responses. What about you? Her body turns at an angle towards me in her seat. No woman had ever asked me that before. I've always assumed that whatever I want for my wedding is irrelevant. It's all about making the bride-to-be happy, right? My situation is similar to yours, I explain for the first time to anyone. I've never given it much thought. I just know what the expectation is. The expectation? I stop the car at a red light, then hold her gaze, intrigued that she cares about my thoughts. My mother would expect me to have an over-the-top wedding, and so would my fiancé, more than likely. You've given me an entirely new perspective today. I thought that all women were groomed as girls to accept nothing less than the Cinderella wedding. Well, I think being raised by my grandfather had a lot to do with it. I was fortunate enough to have a different perspective. A smile forms on her face as she remembers him. Whenever you talk about him, it makes me think of my Uncle Trevor. I'm really grateful to have him raise me as well. It's important that we have those people outside of our parents, because our parents weren't equipped to teach us valuable lessons. I exhale strongly, feeling like our conversation is a therapy session. I completely agree. She looks ahead and pauses before going on to the next topic. There's something that I'd really like to do. I want to take a month off from work, which shouldn't be a problem because I have so many PTO days accumulated. I'd like to take that time to be your mom's personal caregiver, and I'm sure she would love to participate in the wedding planning. I focus on the road as the traffic light turns green, but the corners of my lips can't help but curl upward. Her selflessness makes me so happy that I have to actively contain myself. I I clear my throat to maintain my composure. That's really kind of you. You don't have to feel obligated to do that at all. It's not out of obligation. Olivia avoids my gaze. I'm doing it for Franco. That's fair. My head does an involuntary single nod. As we arrive at another red light, my left elbow rests against the base of the driver's side window, and my fingers graze my lips as I become a victim of my thoughts again. Why do I feel jealous of the old man? It's only natural for her to want to carry out all the tasks that he couldn't. She developed such a close bond with him over 3 years as his caregiver. Now she wants to be there for my mom. Is it selfish for me to want Olivia to choose me as her reason? Do I not play a role in her decision-making at all? I'm going to the nursing home later to put in the request for my leave. Hopefully it can take effect tomorrow since we have so many nurses on staff currently. She focuses her attention on a family that crosses the street at the crosswalk. That's great. We can spend more time together. I immediately regret coming on so strong with my suggestion. I should have definitely thought about it before speaking. When I hesitantly look in her direction, she appears surprised by my initiation. She continues to people watch as if her response will appear on a sign somewhere. I realize how I might have made her uncomfortable and follow up by doing damage control. We have to portray a loving relationship and stay together for a year, so the more comfortable we are with each other, the better. Olivia finally returns my gaze, granting me a warm smile. You're right. We'll be under continuous examination from the court, so we can't be caught slipping under any circumstances. Am I thinking too deeply into this? She only agrees once the contract marriage is brought up again. I want to rationalize with myself and confirm that my feelings are valid, but they go against our initial agreement. Olivia was the one to add the clause that we shouldn't fall in love. At the time, I had no idea what was in store for me. The man who signed his name on that contract thought that it would be impossible to catch feelings for the woman who called him a sick pervert and publicly humiliated him. Based on our toxic beginning, it was a rational mindset to have at the time. We'll have all of our bases covered, I reassure her as I turn into the entrance of her apartment complex. I can only hope that I'm effectively masking my disappointment. Since when have I become this man who needs her validation? I've never felt this weak for a woman ever. Is it wishful thinking for me to want her to genuinely want my time and not for the sake of our agreement? Olivia grabs her purse from the floor by her feet, securing it firmly over her right shoulder. I'm grateful to be working with someone who is so prepared. Working? So that's all I am to her. I'm just a business partner. Thinking that I'm anything more is only going to crush me more in the long run. I hop out of the driver's side and walk around the front of the car to open her door for her. Did our night of passion mean nothing to her? Do I fall back now and wait for her to mutually want me? Olivia exits the car, making my heart melt with her trademark smile. Thank you. I'll see you later then. I feel like I'm becoming a crazed man the more I fall for this woman. What do I do now? I feel the urge to kiss her and confess, but it's far too soon. As she starts to walk away, I grab her forearm, looking deeply into her eyes as I shamelessly blurt out my next thoughts. Will you move in with me?
Chapter 21. Olivia. His words echo in my ears. I can't believe he's asking me this. Will you move in with me? I stand completely still, staring at the handsome man before me, not saying a word. I'm utterly in shock. Why? I think to myself. Why could he want me to do this when we aren't even really together? I finally can stumble out a response. Why would I need to do that? Or, I guess, why would you want me to do that? I ask. His question confuses me, but I should know by now that he always has the perfect solution for every situation we've come across so far. Every single time. Well, for one thing, it'll help us appear more real. Usually lovers move in together. Isn't that the new normal? He says. Yeah, I guess so. What's the other thing? He stands in front of me, staring, He doesn't look like he will take no for an answer. Okay, fine. I'll pack my things. I wonder why he won't tell me the other reason for asking. Perfect. I'll help you, but I have a few things I have to take care of first. Would it be okay to come back later tonight when I'm finished? I nod in agreement, still in shock, and open my door. He walks back to his car, and I turn to walk into my house. This seems incredibly scary and way too fast. I can't help but wonder, am I doing the right thing? I sigh and walk into the kitchen to grab some water. As I'm sipping, I'm trying to calm my heart. It's been beating out of my chest since his question. He's so fast-paced, making it hard to keep up with him and everything happening. But, as weird as it seems, he somehow always knows just what to say to get me to agree to whatever he wants me to do. I'm unsure of our steps in this whole plan and their pace, but I can't deny it. Whatever Clarke's reasons are, they benefit our relationship. To keep this going, we must make it look as authentic as possible. Thoughts are spinning in my mind, but I decide that I have enough time before he comes back tonight to go to work and ask for my time off, so I head back into town for the nursing home. I speed into the parking lot and slide into the first space I can find. I lock the car with the fob as I head inside. "Hey, Olivia, what are you doing here?" asks one of my colleagues, but I'm in too much of a hurry to stop and see who it is. "Hey, I just need to speak to the boss," I yell as I walk back to the office. I'm a little bit nervous to talk to the chief. I never go on vacation, and I know I will get some form of teasing for the reasoning behind this one. I walk into the chief's office and sit in the chair across from her at her desk. She looks up from her computer as I sit down. "Well, hey, Olivia, what are you doing here?" she asks. "I just needed to talk with you about something if you have a minute." Uh-oh, you're not quitting on me, are you? Her smile turns into a frown as she stares at me. "Oh, heck no. I was just coming to ask if I could request a month's leave. I know it's a long time and very sudden, but She interrupts me. "Ah. I was hoping you'd ask for time off for the wedding. You work so hard. You deserve some time to take care of yourself. So, yes, take as much time as you like. But you better invite us to the wedding." She laughs. Her sentence makes me uncomfortable. It's not that I don't want the people I work with to attend my wedding. It's just the more people that we invite, and the more that show up to participate in our day, the more people I'm lying to. I agree as politely as possible, just enough to feel comfortable escaping her office. I slip out and head back to my car. I'm nervously gripping the steering wheel harder and harder as I drive. The closer I get to pack my things, the more nervous I get. The whole idea of living with a man makes me nervous, but living with one I'm not really with seems insane. How will this work? How can it not be awkward? Will we just act like roommates, or will there be more? I think as I pull into the parking lot. I make my way up to the door and shuffle my keys in my fingers, looking for the right one. My nervousness shows through with my shaking hands. I finally get the door open and decide to start without him. It's nice of him to offer to help, but I don't know how much I want him to touch my things. I'd like to have most of it fairly wrapped up before he gets here. I grab the box of trash bags out of the kitchen drawer and walk into my bedroom. The bedroom is first on the list because it contains all my intimate parts. I don't want him seeing my lace pieces or how many pairs of shoes I own until they're already in his house. And there's nothing he can do but make fun of me for them. As I stuff my clothes into the trash bags, my mind wanders off into thoughts of living with him. How will it be unpacking my clothes in his closets? Better yet, will I be using his, or will I have my own? A few hours tick by, and I've gotten my room in bags and the kitchen in boxes. Most of the packing is done, and I only have some cleaning to do. Suddenly, there's a knock at the door. I've been so busy packing, I lost track of time. I rush over and open the door. "Oh, did you start without me?" he asks, looking around the room. He steps over the threshold with bags in his hands. "I thought we could use some food to keep us motivated." "Sounds perfect." "And yeah, I just thought I'd get a start on it. That way there wouldn't be as much to do when you got here. I appreciate the help, but I don't really have that much stuff, so I figured I could get a lot done independently." "Yeah, everything looks bare already, and there are only a few trash bags by the door. I don't even know if we'll need a moving truck." He laughs. I think about how contagious his laugh is, no matter how small of one it is. It's one I can listen to forever. He sets the food down on the coffee table, and we sit across from each other. He starts dishing out the food from the bags, and then he pulls out a bottle of champagne and 2 small plastic cups. "I know it's nothing fancy, but I thought we could have a little moving out celebration," he says, setting the full cup in front of me. "That was sweet of you. Thank you." He smiles at me with the most handsome grin. We sit and eat our food and drink the rest of the champagne. We finish eating, and I stand up to clean up our mess. He stands up, grabs the trash out of my hands, and walks it to the garbage can in the kitchen. I watch him stand in front of the can for a few seconds. Suddenly, he turns around excitedly, and the look on his face tells me he has something to say. "I want to introduce you to my friends," he shouts. This instantly makes my heart flutter with excitement. He walks over and grabs me by the waist, picking me up, and I wrap my legs around the small of his back, clinging to him. I'm so happy that I scream with excitement, slapping his arms playfully. I feel so safe and perfect in his arms, like they're made to hold me. It feels so good to be behaving like an average couple in love. Acting like this will make it really hard not to fall for him, to not get attached and want more for us, but that will only get me hurt. It scares me to think that I can be falling for him. He might not fall with me, and I'll be the one that gets crushed by our arrangement. But at this moment, none of it matters. His arms are where I want to be. "Yes!" I yell in delight. "I'd love that." He gives me a huge smile and leans in. As soon as our lips meet, it's a hot explosion of emotion. I can't tell if I flush from the champagne or if he makes me feel this way, but I love it. My hands grab the back of his neck and pull his kiss into my lips more aggressively. I feel his tongue side between my lips as his kisses intensify. He takes a hand off my butt and places it on my cheek. He softly bites my lip as his fingers slide down my jawbone to my chin. The feeling of my lip between his teeth and the breath of confidence he exhales into my mouth spikes my whole body temperature. I want him so badly it consumes me.
You think you can catch me? You think you can tame me?
Oh, I know I can. And you know it too, baby.
I gotta tell you, you're not the first to try.
But don't worry, baby. I'll be the last.
With sass like that, maybe I'll be the one that needs to tame you.
Let's cut to the chase, big boy. What you selling me?
Your appetite is big AF. I have just the thing that'll satisfy you.
Oh, really? And what's that?
Over 120 hours of romance audiobooks. Brought to you by Tyler Walker Romances in the Big AF Audio Bundle.
120 hours? That sounds amazing.
Your knees won't work afterwards if I do my job right.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
Well, I can keep this promise. Because these audiobooks are unabridged with all the spicy scenes that will make you put your earbuds on. You know, Tyler can get freaky because she marked the bundle down by 69% for a limited time.
I can't wait to take this bundle for a ride.
Visit tylerwalker.com and get this audio bundle. Just don't start listening if you're going to be cooking dinner. Because you might just forget to feed your family.
tylerwalker.com. Escape your life with Tyler.
Chapter 22, Olivia.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit YouTube's limit for spiciness.
YouTube's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
Well, we can't get into all the details here. You can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 23. Clarke. I'm on cloud 9 right now. My initial fear was that Olivia didn't feel the same way I did regarding intimacy. It's been obvious for a while that we have sexual chemistry, but it's impossible to know what the other person is thinking. Before today, we only had sex once, and the thought often crossed my mind that she only slept with me to give me comfort. My insecurities have finally been laid to rest. I have never lived with a woman before, and it was always a concept that I shied away from. The dynamic of a relationship definitely changes. I can't help but have concerns that things could go sour like they did with my parents. I mean, they had to be madly in love at some point, right? Could it have been living together that killed their spark? The only example I have of marriage has never been one to aspire to. I can only use them as an example of what not to do, ensuring that my marriage will be a successful one. As we walk out to the living room to continue our work, I admire how sexy her shoulder-length hair looks when it's wet. She has looked attractive since the first day I saw her, but something about her being completely bare does something to me. I've decided that I appreciate her even more with no makeup and no products in her hair. I stop in the living room, turning to face her. You're stunning. I gently move some of her hair out of her face, then kiss her forehead amorously. My eyes scan her belongings again, and my curiosity gets the better of me. Why are you bringing over so few things? Are you sure you'll be comfortable with this little? I don't have to bring a lot. Her tone is more nonchalant than I expected. The apartment will still be here if I need to retrieve other things. I reluctantly nod, albeit her response doesn't sit right with me. Is she keeping most of her things here because she lacks faith in our relationship? She must be intending to come back here anytime. But why am I so overly concerned about this? It's her choice. I need to stop living in this fantasy and remind myself what the reality is. This isn't a real relationship anyway, so she has every right to not put all her eggs in one basket. How about we make a stop at the hospital and have dinner with your mother? She zips up the tote bag, then places it over her right shoulder. I've covered shifts in hospitals before, so I know how horrible the food is. I realize how selfish my thinking is now that she has made this suggestion. My hope was that we would enjoy a private dinner together at my place, especially since my mother is being discharged tomorrow. While I admire Olivia's selflessness, it also hinders my plans at times. I'm used to having my own way, so compromising is proving to be more of a challenge than I had prepared myself for. Sure. I walk over to her garbage bag, suitcases, and clench one in one of my hands. She's always happy to see you. We load my car with her things, then stop at my mother's favorite restaurant to grab some food to go. When we arrive at Elena's hospital room, her face instantly lights up. I wasn't expecting to see you two until tomorrow. She stretches out her arms happily, hugs Olivia, and then hugs me. We thought you could go for a treat sooner than that. Olivia places the bag of food down on the empty tray that hovers over the hospital bed. Elena exclaims as she clasps her hands together. I already know what it is from the smell. That was very thoughtful of you. I pull up 2 portable chairs to the side of the bed, then gesture for her to have a seat in one of them. Olivia insisted that we come tonight. I roll up the sleeves of my cardigan, then unpack the food in the accompanying wrapped plastic silverware. I uncover the container for my mother, then move the dinner tray closer to her. She picks up her plasticware, then opens it to take out the fork. This all looks great. So, what are you two lovebirds up to tonight? Since we already ate at Olivia's, we've only ordered a few extra sides for ourselves. We can snack a bit with my mother, and whatever we don't eat can be left here for her. Olivia turns her attention to my mother, responding to her inquiry. We're about to have our first taste of living together, sort of like a trial run before the marriage. Elena gasps after chewing her food, utterly elated. That's very exciting and a very important step of the process. You'll learn even more about each other when you live together. All of your quirks and nasty habits will be revealed, so be ready for that. She stares at me intentionally. What? I wave my right hand, denying. I don't have any nasty habits. My mother scoffs, then leans closer to Olivia as she playfully places her hand at her mouth to disclose a secret. All men have nasty habits. I believe that wholeheartedly. Olivia smirks at me before taking a bite of her food. Well, since I have you here a day early, I'm really curious to know what the big vision for the wedding is. Elena's eyes shift from me to Olivia several times. Olivia gauges my silence as I continue to eat, then responds for both of us. Just something small and intimate, especially since we want to have it in only 2 weeks. That's so soon. Elena has an expression of shock followed by suspicion. Are you carrying my grandchild? Olivia holds my gaze and we nervously laugh away Elena's suspicions. No, we're not pregnant. She bashfully smiles at Elena, still stunned by her straightforward approach. My mind starts to drift off on its own. Wouldn't it be nice if she is pregnant? I'd be over the moon. Olivia would be a great mother and I can really see us raising a family together. Is it selfish of me to think this way when our arrangement is all a farce? Elena's vibrant tone of voice pulls me out of my daydream. Well, no daughter-in-law of mine is having a mediocre wedding. You're going to have everything you could ever dream of. I know all the right people, so trust me. The short time frame won't be a problem. Chapter 24. Clarke. It's nice seeing my mother in such high spirits. She has endured so much throughout her life, and even though she consciously chose my father despite Franco's objections, I can't help but feel empathetic towards her. She didn't know that Clarence was abusive when she fell in love with him. He provided her with the life she had always dreamed of, so by the time he showed his true colors, she was in too deep. It's easy for us to say what I would do in her situation from the outside, but the reality is that she invested more than half of her lifetime to this man. She more than likely has no recollection of who she was before him, and that must be a truly terrifying realization. I know she will be sleeping well tonight. I glance over at Olivia in the passenger seat as we drive home from the hospital. There's no doubt about that. She pauses as something heavier weighs down her mind. What is it? I hope that she is feeling more comfortable with me to trust me with her deepest concerns. Olivia exhales sharply. It just feels wrong. My body tenses at her vague comment. What feels wrong? Me? Us? Is she doubting our compatibility? Suddenly, I'm overwhelmed with insecurities. Whenever things seem to be moving forward with us, I inevitably feel uncertainty on her end. It makes me question if she feels anything for me at all. Perhaps she's just sharing intimate moments with me due to the convenience. If this is how I've made the women I dated in the past feel, I get it now. It's not a good feeling at all. She finally elaborates after a long, uncomfortable silence fills the car. Your mother is so excited about planning this wedding. She will be so heartbroken when she learns the truth. I finally release a breath after holding it in inadvertently. If I said that I didn't share the same guilt, I would be lying, but I know that my feelings are starting to run deep for Olivia, so that makes it a high-stakes situation. I don't want to say or do the wrong thing in regard to her. We've been getting along so well lately, and the last thing I want to do is make her feel pressured or uncomfortable around me. I think everything will work itself out. I offer her reassurance in the most relaxed way possible. This is really good for her emotional health. When she's focused on us, she's not thinking about my asshole of a father. It's true. We have been quite the diversion. She nods slowly, still contemplating her concerns. I just hope she doesn't take it personally when we confess to her. Trust me, She's not one to hold a grudge. Look how long she remained loyal to Clarence when he didn't deserve it. I can see that Olivia is still not completely convinced, but I choose not to push the topic. Do you think it would be best to encourage your mother to get a restraining order against him? It is something that has crossed my mind. If it's something that will make her feel safer, we should do it. I turn the car into my driveway, then look at her after shutting off the engine. Welcome to your temporary home. Olivia admires the front of my house as if she has stars in her eyes. It's just as lavish as I expected. I'll give you the tour, then I'll come back for your things while you get settled in. My voice comes off as calm, cool, and collected, but deep down inside, I am celebrating this process as a win. I finally get to have the woman that I want to spend all of my time with in my home. The thought of waking up to her every morning makes my heart palpitate. A part of me feels that if I treat her like the goddess she is, then maybe she'll never want to leave. The next morning I wake up first and admire how peacefully Olivia sleeps next to me in my bed. My first thought is not to disturb her, but my right hand trails the side of her smooth face before I'm able to catch myself. She's so perfect. I'll give anything to have this all be real. Even though she fell asleep first last night, it's still so comforting to have her here with me. I could fall asleep to the soft curves of her face every night and never grow tired of it. I stealthily lift myself out of the bed, then go to the bathroom to relieve myself. After washing my face and brushing my teeth, I head to the kitchen to prepare a light breakfast for Olivia. While I'm carrying out the motions, I realize how such a simple task makes me so happy, because she is the one I'm doing it for. She wakes up just as I'm plating her food, walking over to me with a bright smile on her face. You're a morning person, aren't you? Not really. I place the plate on the bar counter, then signal for her to come over. I just have a reason to make breakfast now. This looks great. She admires the 2 eggs sunny side up over toast with fresh avocado slices. Where's yours? I've been in the habit of missing breakfast for years now. My body has kind of adjusted to it. I explain as I walk around the counter to sit in the bar stool next to her. She looks extra beautiful as she leans in closer to me. Let's make a deal then. If I help you cook breakfast, you help me eat. The corners of my lips curl upward due to her craftiness. It's a deal. After taking our showers and getting dressed, we get into my car and make our way to the hospital. Elena greets us with a huge grin when we enter her room, throwing her tote bag over her shoulder enthusiastically. I'm beyond happy to be leaving this place. I bet, Mom. I remove the bag from her shoulder, then place it over mine. Do you have everything? Absolutely. I've been packed since yesterday. She extends her arms open to hug me, then repeats the same action for Olivia. I really want to go back home. I pause to glance at Olivia, making sure I don't give too much away too soon. I know she's thinking about her childhood home. Franco's lawyer is still sorting out the inheritance. The home was left to me, so everything should work out very soon. Elena gasps, then looks down at her feet. I'm happy to hear that, but I still feel unworthy of his property. Olivia places her hand on my mother's shoulder in a comforting manner. Why don't you stay with us until it all gets settled? You shouldn't be alone right now. I look away to the window, feeling genuinely conflicted. Of course, I want my mother to be around people who love her, but it also feels invasive. Olivia just moved in, and we haven't even had a chance to experience the honeymoon phase. I'd been looking forward to us making love at any time of the day, and having the freedom to walk around the house naked since it would be just the 2 of us. Now we will have to sneak around like teenagers while my mother is around. I'm embarrassed with myself for having such selfish thoughts, but who wouldn't when they have the woman of their dreams under their roof? That's sweet of you to offer. Elena raises her left hand onto my shoulder. But I couldn't impose. I have a beach house that Clarence doesn't know about. I think it would be therapeutic to spend some time there. Olivia responds immediately, as if she knows that my mind is elsewhere. As long as you'll feel comfortable there, I think it's a great idea. You should expect frequent visits from me, though, even without Clarke. Elena nods approvingly, then focuses her attention onto me. I hope you realize what a lucky man you are to have her in your life. Something comes over me at that moment. It's like I can no longer hold back my feelings. I take Olivia's hand into mine and kiss it amorously. I never expected her to come into my life. My gaze becomes more serious as I study Olivia's captivating brown eyes. I'm becoming a better man because of her. Olivia has an unfathomable expression as she avoids my eyes, giving her attention to my mother. Did I say something wrong? Should I have just suppressed my sentiments instead? It seems like every time I make some progress, I fall backwards a few steps. Perhaps I need to make a grander gesture so that she can truly gauge my sincerity. We drive to the directions that Elena gave me for the beach house, enjoying the fresh breeze from the ocean with the windows down. Olivia silently observes the landscape from the back seat, while Elena takes a more rambunctious approach, extending her arm outside the passenger window while screaming joyfully. Elena shows us around the nicely decorated house that she has managed to keep a secret all this time. It feels good to know that she has a safe haven where she can embrace her freedom from my father. Olivia opts to spend the day with her, and I agree because it gives me time to plan my surprise for her. I'm going to confess my love for her tonight. As nervous and exhilarating the thought makes me, I have no idea what to expect. She could accept my feelings or shoot me down entirely. I won't know until I try. This is the biggest risk of my life that I'm taking, but it's also the first time that I'm undeniably following my heart.
Chapter 25. Olivia. After Clarke leaves, I start plying Elena for information. It feels silly, sneaking around behind Clarke's back, but if my friends are any reference point, it seems like this is what girlfriends do. I want to know more about him, and the best source of information about a man is always his mother. I've already seen how well he treats her. I don't need any more proof of that, but I'm curious who Clarke was before he entered a life of luxury. Who was he before the world started to weigh so heavily on him? Elena, as I suspected, is all too happy to oblige. Oh, Clarke was a sweet child, but always very serious. He used to pick flowers for me on my birthday, every single year, but he would insist on being the one to put them in the vase. He wanted to cut the stems just right so they'd last as long as possible. She smiles, a faraway look in her eyes as she remembers. I laugh, imagining a tiny Clarke, face contorted into a serious expression as he carefully cuts wildflower stems. I think he wanted me to have something nice to look at when things got hard. He knew I always loved the flowers, and to be honest, I think he was probably stealing them from the neighbors' gardens, something he could only get away with once a year. She chuckles at this. Cutting the stems, making them last, that was his way of caring for me. He wanted my happiness to last as long as possible. Elena has grown serious. He didn't have an easy childhood. I wish I could have protected him from Clarence. Instead, he was always trying to protect me. I guess some things don't change. I feel a twinge in my heart when I hear this, thinking back to a few days before when I saw Clarke come to his mother's rescue. Elena's head is hanging low, shame and guilt clouding her. I want to say something to alleviate her guilt. I know she gave Clarke everything she had to give. It was Clarence who took his childhood away. Abusive relationships are like that, I say softly, laying a hand on her arm. The only thing you can do is survive, and you and Clarke both learned to do that. It wasn't your fault. He's turned out to be a good man, and it's because of the love you gave him. I hope desperately that I'm saying the right thing. Elena's still fragile, and the last thing she needs is guilt for somebody else's crimes weighing on her. She looks up at me, slightly teary-eyed. Thank you. I'm glad he has you now, too. I can see you really love him. The words hit me hard, and I feel myself getting emotional. Something is moving in my chest, a fullness, a lightness, as though I've swallowed helium again. I don't quite know how to face that, though. What does it mean? Instead, I push those feelings aside and simply nod. I decide to just keep up the act a little longer until I can figure out what the sensations in my chest are telling me. Yes, I do. I thought I was just keeping up appearances for the sake of the deal, but as soon as the words escape my lips, I'm flooded by the truth of them. The feeling in my chest expands until I can hardly breathe with the beauty of it. Oh God, it's true. I do love him. The truth comes rushing in strong and fast. It's overwhelming at the same time as being a relief. I've been in denial, but over the last few weeks, I really have grown to love Clarke. Suddenly, I break into a wide smile, and Elena matches my expression. I'm so happy for you both. She continues talking, telling me more stories about Clarke's childhood. I absorb them all, wrapped in the warm glow of love. It feels good to finally admit to myself how I feel about him. The house is looking clean and cozy by the time the afternoon rolls around, and Elena suggests taking a walk along the beach. As we stroll across the sand picking up seashells, I feel at peace. Now that I've come to terms with my feelings for Clarke, I feel much more at ease around Elena. This doesn't feel like a lie anymore. When she asks me more about myself, I open up to her. It feels good. It feels easy. She wants to hear about my family, and I take a breath, knowing that this is a point of no return. I want to be honest. Even if I can't tell her everything about Clarke and me, I can tell her about my life. My mom left when I was really little, and I never knew my father. It was my grandfather who raised me. I don't have many memories of my mom, but the ones I do have aren't good. I pause, biting my lip. I'm grateful to see the relationship you and Clarke have. Families are never simple, but there's a lot of love between the two of you. Oh, honey, I'm sorry to hear that. That must have been so tough on you. It was, but it was a long time ago, I answer honestly. I was lucky to have my grandfather. He always made me feel loved. I'm happy with who I turned out to be. It's thanks to him that I was able to leave a lot of that darkness behind. He used to have a place like this, you know. It was one of my favorite places when I was a kid. We used to collect shells together. I look down at the scallop shell in my hand, running my fingers over the sandy ridges. We're approaching the house again now, and Elena is smiling at me, her own hands brushed with sand and full of shells. We share a love for the beach, it seems. This house has always been my escape, not just because it was a secret, but because of the ocean. I love staring out at the waves and just forgetting everything else. There's something beautiful and terrifying about the vastness of the ocean. It's humbling. I'm shocked. This is a whole different side to Elena, and I'm touched that she's sharing it with me. It's not only that, though. She's managed to perfectly articulate my feelings for the ocean. I've never heard anyone else speak about it like that, and I feel so well understood by this woman who, not long ago, was a complete stranger. Worse, she was a complete stranger against whom I held a grudge. That seems like a lifetime ago, though. So much has changed, and I'm glad that includes me. I hardly feel like the same person. Here, on this beach, it seems like a whole new life lies ahead of me. Elena and I share a conspiratorial glance before heading back inside, bidding farewell to the vastness of the ocean for now. The sun is setting as we enter, and Elena turns on the lights, illuminating the house so that it glows warmly. She cleans up her shells, arranging them on the windowsill in an array of colors, shapes, and patterns. I add my own shell, my contribution to Elena's new life. It really is lovely here, and I hope she'll be happy until we can give her the home she deserves. The two of us settle on the couch and switch on the TV as we wait for Clarke to return. My phone chimes, and I see Clarke's name pop up. I smile giddily to myself as I open his message. I have a surprise for you. My heart goes into overdrive again, and an enormous smile is plastered on my face. Beside me, Elena is flipping through channels and doesn't notice my reaction. That's lucky because reading Clarke's message, I must look like a lunatic. Then it suddenly strikes me. What if Clarke doesn't feel the same way I do? I'd gotten so caught up in how I feel about him, so caught up in the suddenly real element of our connection, that I'd almost forgotten this is still a fake marriage. I feel my heart in my throat as the reality dawns on me. This surprise is probably just another part of the game, something to trick his mother into believing our story. I can't stand the thought of making things uncomfortable between us. If we're stuck in this marriage for a year, the last thing I want to do is make things weird. We made a business deal, and I'm not about to jeopardize that by giving him more than he bargained for. Reading into his little surprises is a recipe for disaster. It's nothing more than what we already agreed on. I decide to keep my feelings to myself. I can still enjoy the year we have together. It would be silly to hold out hope for anything else. On the TV, a rom-com is playing. Something tacky that reminds me not to get too attached to a happily ever after story. Elena, on the other hand, is eating it up. I just love these movies. I know they're silly, but they give me hope. I can't help but get a little choked up when I hear this, but I make sure not to let it show. Instead, I play along. Yeah, they're cute, but I don't think that's how things happen in real life. Well, it did with you and Clarke, didn't it? She gives me a little grin, oblivious to the thoughts rolling around in my head right now. I'm about to answer when suddenly the house is plunged into darkness. Chapter 26. Olivia. Oh dear, I hear Elena muttering beside me. The stress in her voice makes it clear she doesn't know what to do. My fear of the dark kicks in, making my heart pound. But I don't want to add to Elena's worries, so I do my best to swallow it down. Luckily, my phone is still on my lap, and I remind myself that it has a flashlight. I'm not really in the dark. I just need to get the phone's light turned on. At least, that's how I rationalize it to make myself feel better. Old houses like this tend to blow a fuse the moment you step over their very feeble power limit. We must have been trying our luck with all the lights blazing and the TV on. Maybe the fridge kicked into gear, and that's what pushed it over the edge. I think I have some candles around here. I feel the weight of the couch shift as Elena gets up, and I chuckle to myself. Elena, it's the 21st century. We have phones now. I hope she can hear the smile in my voice. Oh God, of course we do. She laughs at herself, and I feel her sit down again. Do you have yours? I will in a second. My hands are nervous, and it's taking longer than I expect to push a few simple buttons. I'll go down and check the fuse box. Even through the dark, I can tell Elena's grateful for the offer. Thank you, dear. I'm afraid I'm a bit useless in these situations. My hand finally wraps around my phone, and I turn on the torch, cutting a bright wedge through the darkness of the room. My anxiety instantly levels out, feeling relieved by such a simple thing. The basement is this way, right? The basement is this way, right? I work my way down the rickety stairs, and the dank smell of wet concrete meets me. It's slightly comforting somehow. I'm grateful my grandfather taught me this kind of thing. Otherwise, I'd be helping Elena look for candles in the kitchen drawers. I smile to myself, thinking he'd be proud of me. There was a time when my fear of the dark was even worse than it is now. Right after my mom left, I was scared my grandpa would disappear in the night. I was afraid I'd be all alone. For about 3 months after she disappeared, I'd sleep with the lights on. They'd be blazing all night long. Then one night, my grandfather sat through the night with me with the lights off. He held my hand and promised he wasn't going anywhere. I still remember laying there in the dark with the lights off for the first time, his papery hand holding mine. Every time I dozed off, My fear would jerk me awake again. I was so scared he'd be gone. But he wasn't. He was there. I slept with the lights out after that. Now, my fear is only when the lights go off in unexpected situations, like a pitch-black elevator. Manageable, at least. My phone light doesn't reach very far, and it takes me a while to find what I'm looking for. Then, in the corner of the room, almost hidden behind a stack of old boxes, I see it. I'm maneuvering the last box out of the way and swinging open the fuse box door. My thoughts still lingering on my grandpa, when the night air is cut through with a piercing scream. What the hell? Is it a scream of fear? Of pain? It's hard to tell. An image of Elena falling in the dark flashes through my mind, and I rush to get the lights back on for her. I quickly find the tripped circuit breaker and flip it back. I expect to see the lights flooding down the basement stairs. Instead, just a thin sliver of yellow illuminates the doorframe. I don't remember closing the door. I rush upstairs, but the door's not only shut, it's locked. The sinking feeling in my gut tells me something is seriously wrong. Elena! I yell, but I don't know if she can hear me. Elena, are you okay? I pound on the door, hoping beyond hope that she's all right and that she'll open the door any second. But my cries and banging seem to be in vain. Rattling the handle frantically does no good either. It's locked tight. Did somebody lock me in here on purpose? I barely have time to register the thought when suddenly something in the air shifts. The wet concrete smell is rapidly being replaced by a smell I'd recognize anywhere. And this is the last place it should be. It's the distinct smell of gasoline. My breath catches in my throat and everything in me kicks into survival mode. That smell! I know something is about to go terribly wrong. I scream as loud as I can, hoping someone will hear me, that somehow I'll get out of here. I bang on the door again, screaming frantically, but the air is shifting again, and this time it's smoke I smell. With a shock, I realize that the house must be burning. I throw myself against the door, but even as I do, I know it's pointless. The door opens inwards, but I'm desperate. I can hardly think. All I know is I'm rapidly running out of options. I slam my shoulder into the door over and over again until I'm bruised. The last desperate act of a caged animal. Then it dawns on me. There must be a window. My eyes scan the room, still bathed in darkness, except for one vaguely glowing spot behind more boxes. I scramble over to them, throwing heavy boxes down as fast as I can. Old clothes, toys, and photos scattering across the floor as the boxes break open. I hardly notice. All I'm hoping for is the warm glow of a streetlight, a promise of escape. When I finally clear the way, my heart freezes. It's not a streetlight I see, but firelight. Outside, flames are licking at the window, and I fall back with a shout of surprise and terror. There's no way out. The reality of my situation really dawns on me now. I'm well and truly trapped, and there's no one here to help me. My entire body seems to give up at that moment, and I crumple to the floor. Wrapping my arms around my knees, I hold on to the only thing I can. Myself. I can hardly believe this is happening. It's like I'm 8 years old again, holding myself against the fear of the night. I try to scream for help again, but my voice comes out thin and weak. I already know there's no one to hear me. Is this really it? Images flash in my mind. My grandfather, Franco, Elena, Clarke, and then it comes. A rolling wave of emotion that has me sobbing uncontrollably, gasping in huge gulping breaths that never quite seem to fill my lungs. I feel completely alone. I am completely alone, not just now, in this basement, but in life. My grandfather is gone, and so is Franco. Elena's friendship is based on a lie. And Clarke I've managed to keep at an arm's length. The only man I've ever loved, and now it's too late. He'll never know how I feel about him. Through my tears, my eyes focus on the scattered belongings littering the floor. There, just a foot away from me, a collection of photos is caught in the glow of the fire. I look closer and realize they're photos of Clarke. Clarke as a curly-haired child, holding a Christmas present and smiling broadly at the camera. Clarke as an angsty teen, ripped t-shirt hanging off his thin frame and eyeliner darkening his gray eyes. Clarke in his Harvard graduation gown, holding his degree, shoulders squared proudly and chin held high. On top, a recent photo, maybe just a couple of years old, shows him and Elena laughing together. Clarke has his arm around his mother, and he looks truly happy. I reach for the top photo, wiping away the tears that are blurring my vision, but it's becoming hard to focus. The firelight is dancing over the ceiling, and in the glow I see the room is filling up with smoke. Clarke. I close my eyes against the sting of the smoke, but his face is imprinted in my mind. I feel hot tears roll down my cheeks as I realize what I wasted by keeping my distance. I could have told him how I felt. I could have risked it all and let myself love him. Even if he didn't feel the same way, I could have tried. And now, here in this basement, alone and terrified of death, I regret everything. What if I had just let myself love him instead of keeping those walls between us? Maybe I'd still be here, but at least I'd have known love before I died. The edges of my thoughts are beginning to dull, though. I press myself closer to the ground as the coughing sets in, my lungs rebelling against the smoke that's threatening to take them over. The ground is still cool, but the air is hot, oppressively pushing at me from above with an ever-increasing fervor. I try to press myself into the earth, everything in me trying to escape the heat, the smoke, but it's no use. I'm still sobbing, Clarke's smile dancing through my mind as I force my eyes open to look at the photo again. The room is dancing too, though. Sharp pinpricks of silver light swimming across my vision until I can't see. Now there's only darkness. The room falls away, and so does my body. I only feel myself slipping. A second later, I lose consciousness.
Chapter 27. Clarke. I'm at home adding the finishing touches to my surprise confession to Olivia. The house has rose petals scattered around the floor and a path of candles from the front door leading to the living room. On the longest wall of the living room, there are red balloons taped to the walls that read "I love you." I feel quite impressed with myself. I've never done anything like this in my life, but it all feels so organic. This must be the reality of being in love with someone. I take a look at the display one more time from the front door, imagining how she will feel when she sees it. A giddy smile forms onto my face, and my heart feels fuller than I can even comprehend. I'm heading to my car to pick up Olivia from my mother's beach house when my cell phone vibrates in my pocket. I observe the screen to see a local number that I don't recognize, but answer the call anyway. Hello? A deep male voice responds on the other end of the call. This is Sergeant Dan Fields from the Virginia Beach Police Department. Am I speaking with Clarke Freedstone? Yes, this is he. My chest tightens as I become anxious about why the authorities would be contacting me. What's this about, Sergeant? I'm afraid I have some bad news. We've just taken your mother and your fiancé to the emergency room. The neighbors called us, informing us that there was screaming and thick clouds of smoke. Your father will be charged with committing arson. We have him in our custody. A lump forms in my throat as I listen attentively to the frightening details. My voice cracks as soon as I begin to respond. What's the condition of my fiancé and mother? The sergeant speaks in a more reassuring tone. They have some minor burns and bruises, but they are in good hands here at the ER. I swing open the door of my Lamborghini and slide into the driver's seat hastily. Thank you, sir. I am on my way there now. As soon as I hang up the call, I speed out of my driveway and onto the main road like a bat out of hell. I don't care what traffic violations I cause right now. I need to get to the two women who mean everything to me as soon as possible. A part of me feels guilty. I've underestimated my father again, allowing him to cause harm to them. I should have never left them alone like I did. This is all due to my negligence and irresponsibility. I'm fortunate that they are still alive, and the thought that I could have lost them both tonight chokes me up inside. My hand on the steering wheel starts to shake, and my driving becomes impaired due to my sobbing. I will be a better protector for them both from now on. I park my car illegally in front of the emergency room, having the slightest care if it gets impounded. All these materials are replaceable, but Elena and Olivia are not. Several nurses try to speak to me as I run through the halls like a madman. My legs partially give out as I lean against the reception counter, inquiring to the receptionist in a breathy voice. I'm the family of the two women from the burning house. She nods at me instantly, gesturing the correct direction with her right arm. Down the hall, room 145. I stumble as I head in that direction, realizing how my grief has made me lose control of the function of my limbs. If something worse would have happened, there's no doubt that I would be going into cardiac arrest. My chest is already so tight that I can hardly breathe. Mom? Olivia? I shout out as I make my way down the hall. I question why I'm calling out their names afterwards, but my mind still struggles to grasp what has happened. I just need to see their faces to make sure they're okay. But this corridor just never seems to end. The longer it takes me to reach them, the more I can feel the panic inside me increasing. All the breath leaves my body when I finally arrive at room 145. The door is halfway open, so I lean my back against it for leverage, pushing it fully open until it crashes against the back wall. The loud thump causes the 3 sets of eyes in the room to stare at me. My mother's eyes widen as she studies me from the hospital bed. She immediately starts to cry as if she hasn't seen me in ages. Clarke. The nurse continues to watch me from her bedside, and Olivia watches me with an unreadable expression from the furthest hospital bed. The tears return as I watch my mother helplessly break down. I sprint over to her, taking her fragile body into my arms. I'm so sorry, Mom. My eyes hold Olivia's gaze as I embrace my mother, and all I can think about is how afraid I am to lose her. She could have died without knowing how deeply I love her, and I can't be so foolish ever again. I gently back out of the hug, walk past the nurse, and make my way to Olivia. Her bold brown eyes speak to me so that she doesn't have to. I can see how terrified she must have been, but yet she maintains a brave face. I should have never left you alone. My body lowers to her, covering her like a weighted blanket. I no longer hold back my emotions. I sob into the side of her neck, feeling the warmth of her against my face. Olivia wraps her arms around my back, shushing me with comfort. This isn't your fault. You didn't know this would happen. When I pull out of the hug, she holds my face in her hands, wiping my tears gently with her thumbs. We're okay, Clarke. The nurse chimes in softly. I'll leave you all now. If you need anything at all, press the call button. Thank you, Nurse Sandra. Elena acknowledges her, then sits herself up in her bed to look at me. It must have been quite a scare when you got the call. I sniffle loudly, then stand up tall, wiping the remainder of my tears with the back of my hand. I thought you said that Dad didn't know about the beach house. I wouldn't have left the two of you alone otherwise. Elena looks down at her bruised hands intentionally to avoid my gaze. He has always had his way of finding out things. I'm not really surprised, to be honest. It's in that moment that I notice how her face is bruised when the bright hospital lights hit her right profile. I take a few steps from Olivia's bed to hers, then lift her face with my hand below her chin. Mom, he got close enough to hit your face again? Yes. She looks into my eyes with satisfaction. But things were different this time. I feel myself becoming enraged again, wishing that I had planted my old man in the ground the last time we came face to face. How were things different when he still bruised your face? Elena clears her throat as she explains in detail what happened. The lights went out in the house, so Olivia went to the basement to turn on the breaker. While we were separated, Clarence entered through the front door. He had already poured gasoline around the perimeter of the house. His plan was to immobilize us, then leave us to burn in the flames, but I couldn't let that happen. He started to punch me in my face. Then I remembered that Olivia was in the house too. She glances over at her, taking a break as she gathers herself. When I realized that I wasn't just fighting for myself, my adrenaline really started pumping. I picked up a baseball bat and started swinging it at him relentlessly. You should have seen how big his eyes got. He never expected me to fight back. That's when he fled the house and desperately lit the gasoline. She starts to breathe heavier as if she can taste the smoke. I hold my mother's hand in mine to give her encouragement, then look over to Olivia, wishing that I could hold her too. She sits on the side of her hospital bed, silently watching us with observant eyes. Elena inhales deeply, then exhales with her eyes closed. I rushed down to the basement where I found Olivia had collapsed from inhaling all the smoke. I dragged her body backwards up the stairs and outside the house. The neighbors had already called 911 and were immediately at our aid. You did a very brave thing, Mom. I feel proud hearing that she finally stood up against my dad. My eyes focus on Olivia as my heart beats rapidly out of my chest. I don't know how to repay you for saving Olivia's life. No, Clarke. She repositions our hands, placing hers on top of mine. I've let you down all of these years. I want to be the one to protect you for a change. I softly kiss her forehead, giving her words of affirmation. I'm grateful to have you as my mother. My body turns towards Olivia, and I take a deep breath, knowing what I need to do next. I walk over to her, holding her gaze intensely as I trap her where she sits, by placing each of my hands on the hospital bed beside her. She watches me curiously as my tall body lowers to her, and we become face to face. Olivia Porter, I've fallen madly in love with you. I move my face to her left ear and whisper to avoid my mother hearing the next part. I want to marry you for real. If you feel the same way, give me a sign. When I move back to view her face again, her lips form a relieved smile before she presses them against mine. Our lips part simultaneously, and we kiss more passionately than we ever have before. We rest our foreheads together as we catch our breath afterwards, and her soft voice responds, I love you too.
This is it, baby. This is what you can get me that'll make me happy.
You know I'll get you whatever you want. All you need to do is ask me, and I'll give it to you.
This ain't just it. This is everything I could ever want.
Now I'm curious. What does a strong, sassy woman like yourself want so badly?
Baby, you know what I want?
Can't wait to hear.
The Big Baddie Bundle from Tyler Walker. It has everything I need.
20 ebooks with over 1 million words of sassy romance and spice that'll keep you on your toes.
10 audiobooks containing over 60 hours of that seductive voice telling me naughty things all night long.
You don't need an audiobook for that, baby. Right here.
You may be fine and all, but no one tells it like the way Miss Tyler does. And I need her in my life.
The Big Baddie Bundle is everything you need. You can get it for 80% off.
Go to tylerwalker.com to browse the bundles that earn you the best deals.
It's time you treat yourself. Because you deserve it.
Escape your life with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 28. Olivia. Are you sure? I asked Clarke again. Because if you've changed your mind, it's not too late. There's still time. I haven't changed my mind. After everything that's happened, I want Mom to know the truth. I don't want to hide behind this lie anymore. And she is the perfect person to practice on, he says, grabbing my hand. A huge smile spreads across her face. As soon as she sees us come through her door, we both smile back at her and walk up to her hospital bed. Bandages cover her arms, and she looks rough. Tears start to well up in my eyes as I remember the incident leading to this. How are you feeling today, Elena? I ask. She reaches for my hand, gripping it firmly when I give it to her. I'm feeling good. You walked through the door together, and that's all I would wish for. Every time he's with you, Olivia, I can see the happiness radiating off of him. I'm just still so glad he met you." I can see tears begin to fill her eyes, and I look up at Clarke. I need a distraction, or I'll start crying with her. "We're glad to hear you're doing good. We just want to thank you again for your bravery," Clarke says. "It means the world to us." Of course. I'd do it over again because you love her. Clarke and I look at each other, and finally he starts to say what we came here for. "Actually, that's one of the reasons we're here. Of course, we wanted to make sure you were okay, but there's something we need to tell you." He looks at me again, signaling that it's my turn to speak. "Elena, we've been keeping something from you, and after yesterday, we felt it was time to come clean. Clarke and I's relationship didn't start out quite as you think." Elena stares at me with confusion. "What do you mean?" she asks. "Well, it wasn't exactly love at first sight." Clarke jumps in. "In fact, it was more like hate at first sight." We both laugh, remembering our unfortunate first encounter in the damn law firm office's elevator. "It's taken us a while, but to both of our surprise, we've fallen in love for real," I say, grabbing Clarke's hand. He squeezes it, and his recent confession replays in my mind. "What do you mean for real? What does that mean?" she asks. "We met through Franco." Her face drops at the name. "Well, through Franco's lawyer. I was a very close friend of his. I cared for him for 3 years. She interrupts me. "What does that have to do with Clarke? Where do you two come into play?" "She's getting there. Just be patient, please," Clarke chimes in. "Well, after Franco's passing, Clarke and I received a call from his lawyer, asking to see us. We both showed up to the meeting, completely unaware of what we would encounter. We arrive at the building and meet each other beforehand in the elevator. Let's just say it doesn't go well. I laugh, and Clarke laughs with me. When we arrived at the meeting, we saw each other and wondered what was happening. We'd never met before and didn't understand how the other knew Franco. The lawyer introduced us and told us that Franco left something for the both of us. We all read his will together. I glance up at Clarke again as I get closer to the hard part of our visit. "Would you just spit it out already? You're going to give me a heart attack with all this buildup," Elena states. "Yes, I'm sorry. But please, before I finish, just remember to keep in mind that your son and I are truly, madly in love now, okay?" "Okay, I will." Clarke squeezes my hand as I start to continue. I stumble on my words for a moment, until finally I just blurt it out. "Elena, mine and Clarke's engagement was arranged by your father in his will. We have been pretending to be engaged and getting married as an agreement to his contract. Franco owned things that Clarke and I both loved, and he left them to us, but on one condition." She interrupts again. "He forced you to get married as some sort of an arrangement to get his assets." I can't tell if her tone is judgmental or trying to understand our side of the predicament. "I know it sounds ridiculous, but he owned a property that was very dear to my late grandfather, and I had no other way of getting it back," I say, trying to get her to understand. "Yeah, and he owned several properties I wanted, including our family home. Neither of us saw a way out. He promised us both the things we wanted for only agreeing to 1 year of marriage. It sounded foolproof to us both," Clarke adds. "I understand. You both felt you had no other option. But Olivia, what do you mean when you say you are truly in love now?" I squeeze Clarke's hand again and smile at him. Franco knew what he was doing. After spending some time together, Clarke and I have realized that we're no longer pretending. This is 100% real for the both of us now. She stares at us with no reaction at all until a huge grin spreads across her face. "It doesn't matter how you found your true love, but you did, and I wish nothing but the best for both of you." Suddenly, the doctor walks in behind us. "Oh, hello. I'm sorry to cut this visit short. but she just has one more image we need her to get done before she can go home tomorrow," he says as he walks past us. "Oh, no problem at all. We'll let you get to it," Clarke says as he walks toward the door. We say our goodbyes to Elena and head back out toward the parking lot. We get in the car, and he sets off toward home. "You did amazing in there," he smiles. "And doesn't it feel so damn good to tell someone finally?" Plus, her reaction was everything we'd hoped for. His tone is full of excitement as he talks, making my heart happy to see how excited he is. We talk about our visit with Alana the whole rest of the ride home. He parks when we arrive home, and we head inside. As I grab a glass of water, he quickly enters the kitchen. "Oh yeah, I was wondering, would you want to come out with me and meet my friends tonight?" he asks. "Really? You want me to meet them?" I ask excitedly. "Well, of course, they need to meet the woman I'm in love with." He kisses me several times before adding, "And I've set up a little gathering at the club." "The club?" "Yeah, the place our first kiss took place." "Oh, yeah, okay. I remember now. Are they meeting us there then?" "Yes, in about an hour. So if you want to go change or anything, you have plenty of time." "Yeah, I think I will." I walk past him into the bedroom. As the closet doors swing open, I'm trying to think of the contents inside. I dig through my options, hanger by hanger, looking for the perfect thing to wear. Meeting the friends is important, and now that Clarke and I are together, making a good first impression means a lot to me. An hour ticks by, and we're both dressed and ready to go. He drives in the club's direction and teases me about being nervous, telling me I have nothing to worry about because they'll love me. My heart races as we pull into the parking lot and make our way to the second floor. We walk back to the private club, and I see a crowd of people as soon as the door opens. They're gathering in the middle of the room in a circle with a chair in front of them. Clarke's best friend Garrett steps forward and grabs my hand. He pulls me forward with him. "Can you take a seat in this chair for me?" he asks. I take a seat, anxious about what is going on. I'm focusing on the crowd of people behind me when all of a sudden, in the corner of my eye, I see Clarke kneel in front of me. I turn quickly to look at him, and my heart jumps when I notice the ring in his hand. "Olivia, I never thought that I'd be the kind of guy that got down on one knee, and I know that we haven't had the most original start, but I want to spend the rest of our lives being playful and passionate. I want us to respect and love each other unconditionally forever. Would you do me the greatest honor and marry me?" A huge smile spreads across my face, and I scream, "Yes, of course, I'll marry you." With a smile on his face and tears in my eyes, he slides the ring on my left hand, where I've missed having his band that I lost in the fire. He picks me up, and we kiss as everyone around us cheers. His friends gather close to us as he sets me down. They all take turns introducing themselves and congratulating us. I have never been happier in my entire life.
Chapter 29. Clarke. With my father locked away in prison for a long time and our dirty laundry about our contract marriage aired out, Olivia and I can finally move forward with our wedding. It feels good to know that my mother still gives us her full support despite our initial deceit. I had no doubts in my mind because I know the type of person that she is, but it gives me peace of mind to know that all of Olivia's concerns have been laid to rest. We agreed that an outdoor reception on the beach in front of my mom's beach house would be the perfect setting. It is important to all three of us that we change the narrative and restore the peace to this beautiful place, especially since the house will remain in the family. It took us a few weeks to restore the home to the beauty that it had before the fire, but we hired professionals who worked their magic. Looking at the house now, you would never know that fire damage ever existed. The ladies spend a large amount of time together planning the wedding, thoroughly enjoying the process. I sit back and focus on my business during the month and show up whenever I'm summoned like a good son and husband-to-be. It puts a smile on my face every time I see both of them immersed in their planning activities. On the day that they get fitted for their dresses, I try to envision the level of excitement that they have. I'm not sure if it's normal for men to think this much about the different stages, but it's something that brings me great joy. When it's time for me to get fitted for my tuxedo, I show up at the store of my favorite designer of men's formal wear, surprised to see that Garrett has beat me there. He greets me with a wide grin and our usual brotherly hug. "Are you ready for this, man?" I return a smile as I exit the hug, continuing to hold his hand that is clasped within mine. "This is the easy part, Garrett. It just feels like a business consultation. I don't think it will become real for me until I'm standing in front of the arch." He nods agreeingly. "I feel the same way. You're definitely the last one that we thought would get married in our friend group, but it makes me so happy to see you always smiling. Olivia is definitely the one for you, man." I wrap my arm over his shoulders, guiding him towards the fitting area. "I'm grateful to have you as my best man." Garrett playfully pretends to get all choked up. "Stop it, Kent. You know that sensitive crap is my kryptonite." We both chuckle as we enter the larger room and are greeted by the renowned designer. A month passes by quickly and our wedding day arrives as if no time has passed at all. Most of the guests are people that my mother invited, but Olivia and I were sure to invite all of the closest people in our lives. It's just an hour before everything is about to take place, and I feel more anxious than I have before all my major fashion shows combined. The men and women are separated on different sides of the beach house, and the main thought in my head is how I'm probably going to become an emotional wreck once I see Olivia walking down the aisle in her white gown. If someone would have told me more than 2 months ago that I would be marrying the woman of my dreams, I would have immediately called their bluff. I've always thought that a man like myself would just go through life without experiencing true love. It seemed like a generational curse that my parents carried down through the family, so inevitably, I expected to share the same fate. But the last few months have taught me that you really don't know what the future has in store. One person has completely changed my life for the better. When I met her in that elevator, I knew that she was someone special, but I never would have expected that she would be wholeheartedly joining my side for life. These are the sort of stories out of romance novels, but after experiencing falling in love for the first and final time, I've been converted into a believer. I stand in front of the full-length mirror of the grand living room, admiring how nicely fitted my black tuxedo is. It's convenient having my own clothing brand because I already knew the exact designer who would bring my vision to life. If I said that I didn't use my role in the fashion world to my advantage, I'd be lying. It's another reason why I can guarantee that Olivia is going to look absolutely phenomenal on our historical day. Nothing ever goes as planned, so there may be mistakes in other parts of the day, but I know that our attire will be the epitome of perfection. Uncle Trevor stands behind me at an angle, smiling proudly at my reflection in the mirror. "Would it be arrogant to say that you look as handsome as I did at your age?" I turn around to face him, smirking respectfully at his comment. "Would it be equally arrogant if I said I wouldn't expect anything less?" Trevor chuckles heartily as he pulls me to him and pats my back with his hands. When he comes out of the embrace, he firmly holds the sides of my face like a coach giving his star player a pep talk. "I'm sorry for the horrible choices that your father has made, which has resulted in him not being a part of this memorable day. I want you to know that I'm proud of you like you're my own son." His right hand gently taps the side of my face. Then he takes a step back, avoiding my gaze. I observe him as he tries to hide the tears that form in his eyes. "You're the man who I've always looked up to. My biological father may have been a damn-up, but my real father raised a man with morals and class. Thank you for leading the way for me, Dad." He completely turns his body away from me, sobbing into his hands. I walk around him, then bring him to my chest as if our roles had reversed. It's all thanks to Olivia that I now have the emotional intelligence to express myself in this way. I'm so lucky to be becoming her husband today. After nearly a minute of just holding each other, Trevor clears his throat, then smiles brightly after taking a few steps back and giving me a few glances over. It's a good thing you chose black. Nobody will know that I've cried like a baby onto your tux. We both exchange chuckles, then prepare to take our places after confirming things with the wedding planner. I respectfully wave at the guests on both sides of the aisle as I take my place in the center of the stage below the arch. George Harrington is undoubtedly in attendance, giving me a respectful nod from the center of the seats on the left side. He's surrounded by mostly my friends and trusted business counterparts. I recognize many of my mother's family members on the right side, along with Olivia's handful of family and close friends that I have previously met. The weather could not be more perfect as the sun starts to set among the clouds and the sky gives a romantic aura with its hues of pinks, oranges, and violets. The sound of the ocean waves crashing against the shore just adds to the ethereal ambience. It all confirms that choosing the beach house was the right choice, and although I had never met him, I can feel Franco's presence as he observes how the plan he orchestrated has taken its true form. Trevor pats me on the shoulder as he stands next to me with his Bible pressed against his chest, ecstatic to be the officiator of our union. We all direct our attention to the end of the aisle as the pianist starts to play a classical piece. Garrett walks down the aisle with his arm intertwined with Olivia's childhood friend, making their strut as the best man and maid of honor. Everyone instinctively rises to their feet when the pianist begins to play. Here comes the bride. My eyes are fixed on the end of the aisle as two female silhouettes come into view. It's as if I'm viewing the finest cinematography as the sun chooses to keep their appearances hidden until they make their way to the halfway point of the aisle. I use my right hand to cover my eyes, anxiously attempting to get a better view. Once Olivia and Elena become visible, all the breath leaves my body. Not only is it heartwarming that Olivia has chosen to have my mother walk her down the aisle, but they both have a natural glow that makes me want to fall to my knees. Elena's left arm interweaves with Olivia's right, and they both look at me like I've made them extremely proud. Olivia wears a long lace veil that trails down her back and complements her satin and lace wedding gown that showcases her voluptuous frame. I naturally had high expectations, but they unexpectedly have been exceeded. Elena releases Olivia's arm when they arrive at the stage, then gently transfers her right hand into mine before giving me a kiss on my cheek. I thoughtfully assist Olivia onto the stage after wiping the tears that escape my eyes. As we walk over to Trevor, I whisper in her ear, "You look like a goddess on earth." My adoptive father carries out his duties as our officiant, cracking jokes throughout the ceremony as he keeps true to his comedic character. Olivia and I both shed tears while smiling as we say our vows and place the bands on each other's ring fingers. It's as if the world stops when Trevor finally speaks the words, "I now pronounce you husband and wife. Clarke, you may kiss your bride." I take Olivia into my arms and kiss her softly, as if she could break within my grasp. Our guests cheer enthusiastically as we both smile brightly at each other, then turn to wave at them as Mr. and Mrs. Freedstone.
Chapter 30. Olivia.
Looks like the level of passion in this chapter is pushing YouTube's limit.
It's disappointing, I know. Trust me when I say we want nothing more than to get down to the dirty details.
But releasing these free audiobooks on YouTube means that we have to abide by the rules.
Even though YouTube won't allow us to put something so spicy on the air, you can still find it on TylerWalker.com.
Miss Tyler has an unbelievable collection of uncut, unabridged audiobooks and ebooks.
For access to the full, unfiltered scene, go to TylerWalker.com and use code SAVE40 for 40% off any digital product.
This is the deal of a lifetime, a discount that can be applied to bundles that are already listed at a discounted price.
You heard that right. It's time for you to treat yourself.
With Miss Tyler.
Chapter 31. Clarke. Looking out the window of Olivia's beach house, I smile. She's been bustling around all day, setting up decorations and making everything look perfect. I can hardly keep track of her. I look down at the cutting board in front of me and finish cutting up the sandwiches for our lunch. After a few minutes, Olivia walks in, looking proud of herself. "I think I've gotten the paddle boards finally cleaned off," she says, walking past me and rinsing her hands at the sink. "You wouldn't believe the amount of dust on them." "Oh, I think I would. How long has it been since anyone has used them?" I say, holding up half a ham sandwich for her. She takes it with a smile of thanks. Taking a bite, she tilts her head, thinking. "Probably over 5 years," she answers, before walking to the other side of the island counter. She puts the sandwich down and starts grabbing bags of chips with bowls to pour them in. "You know you don't have to do all this. We're probably just going to hang out, and maybe have a campfire." I chuckle, in between bites of my own sandwich. "I just want your first birthday as my husband." She puts emphasis on the word husband. "To be special. I want you to have a good time." She looks up at me, smiling brightly with a small spot of mustard on her cheek. I brush off my hand of any crumbs and wipe it off for her. With a slight blush, she thanks me before going back to her chip pouring. "I'm sure I will, don't worry," I add before glancing down at my watch. "Garrett should be here soon. He said he's bringing some alcohol and a surprise." I emphasize the word surprise with air quotes. This erupts a small laugh out of Olivia, and she shakes her head. I wonder if his surprise is a new model. I chuckle at the thought, and the sound of a knock pulls us out of our conversation. "Well, he's early," Olivia says, putting the bag down and going to the door. Over the surround sound speakers, loud music plays. Olivia is making animated conversation with 2 of the girls my friends had brought. I can see her from across the room pointing at her ring and retelling the story of how we got together. Aiden snaps his fingers and it causes me to look at him. "Earth to Clarke!" He grins and looks in the direction I was previously. "You already got the girl. You don't have to watch her so intensely." He and a few of the other guys laugh. I put my hand over my face, rubbing it slightly before chuckling. "My bad, man. What were you saying?" I make sure to pay attention this time, listening to Aiden's story on how he met his now-girlfriend Erica. I nod along, listening, but every so often my eyes drift to Olivia. She, at one point, makes eye contact back. She waves happily and a big smile stretches across my face. Less than half an hour later, the music stops. All heads turn towards the source of the silence, and Olivia sheepishly waves. With a shy smile, she clears her throat, and the whole room is silent. "Sorry for cutting off the music, but it's time for cake and presents." I chuckle at how straightforward she is. She walks over to the island, and I notice a large cake sitting on the counter. It catches me by surprise. How did she get that out without me noticing? Nevertheless, as she lights the candles, her free hand comes up and beckons me over. Aiden and Garrett both step back, clearing a path for me to walk. I stride over, smiling huge the whole way. As I reach the island, Olivia starts singing Happy Birthday, and it isn't long before the rest of the room joins in as I stand at her side. As the singing comes to a stop, I bend over and blow out the candles. With a chorus of clapping, the lights slowly come back up from their dimmed state, and we cut the cake. I help Olivia serve cake to everyone, and everyone eats with low conversation as Olivia gathers up all the presents and puts them on the counter. I finish my piece of cake, putting the paper plate and plastic cutlery in the garbage before rubbing my hands together while looking at the presents. Olivia holds hers in her arms, looking at me excitedly. "I want you to save this one for last," she says, as she puts it the farthest out of my reach. I chuckle and agree, curious as to what it could be that fits in such a large box. The first present I pick is Garrett's. It is a photography session for families, and he pipes up quickly as Olivia turns her head to Garrett as I read the word family out with an awkward laugh. "The, studio only offered solo sessions and family sessions, but it's for you two." He clears up any confusion, uncharacteristically nervously. The next present comes from my mom, an empty photo album to keep memories in. I look through the pages. In it are places for wedding photos, baby photos, and even room for yearly vacation pictures. I turn my head to Olivia and ask her to remind me to call my mom later. She smiles and says that she will. After about 20 minutes, I finish going through most of the presents. The only one still left is Olivia's. She puts the box in front of me, and I have to pull it down from the counter to open it. The air feels thick with tension as I peel the baby blue wrapping paper off. Underneath is a cardboard box with Amazon packaging markings on it. I raise an eyebrow and look at Olivia, but she just urges me to keep unwrapping. I grab a pair of scissors, undoing the tape and opening the box. As I do, I look inside, and there is a box with a baby in a car seat on its face. I raise an eyebrow, looking between Olivia and the box before pulling it out of the Amazon packaging. Opening the car seat box, I assume there is something else inside. All there is, however, are the parts to make a car seat. I look up at the group of my friends, and they all have dumb smiles on their faces, as if waiting for me to understand. With slow realization, I put the box down and look at Olivia one last time. She has a hand on her stomach and is teary-eyed. My jaw falls open as I finally understand the present. Without hesitation, I scoop her up in my arms, and she is quick to hug me back. A wave of claps and cheers fill the house. Pulling back, I put Olivia back on the ground and look down at her. Cupping her face in my hands, tears start falling from both my eyes and hers. "I'm gonna be a dad?" I ask, my voice quivering quietly. She just nods with her hands over mine. I put my forehead to hers, kissing her passionately and deeply. She kisses me back just as lovingly. Once our sentimental moment comes to an end, Olivia wipes her eyes and makes a joke about turning the music back on to liven the event. Everyone laughs, and someone obligingly starts the music back up. The later part of the evening is spent outside. Mostly everyone had already gone home except for a few friends. We sit in a huddle around a campfire as the sound of waves crash along the beach. Olivia sits in my lap, curled up in a blanket as we talk about the future baby. "How long have you known?" I ask, wrapping my arms around her, beer in one hand. "About 2 months," she says, clutching the blanket. "I didn't know how to tell you, but then your mom said this would be a good way." She smiles, resting her head on my shoulder. "She was right, as she usually is," I admit, staring into the fire. "Do you know what the gender is?" Olivia shakes her head, closing her eyes. I wave goodbye to a few of the stragglers of my friends who are leaving. "I didn't want to find out until I told you," she says, yawning through her words. I kiss her forehead and smile before taking a drink. "When's your next doctor's appointment?" "Next week." Olivia shifts on my lap, and I notice her starting to fall asleep. I take this as the sign to go inside and stand up, holding her. I sit her on the chair and go to put out the fire. Scooping her back up, I walk up to the beach house and take her inside. Walking through the remnants of a messy party, I laugh slightly at the thought of having to clean all this up. I walk upstairs to our bedroom and lay her down on the bed. She immediately kicks off her slip-on shoes and pushes the blanket from outside onto the floor. I stifle a laugh at how tiredly reckless she is acting and change into my pajama pants. Crawling into bed, Olivia rolls into my arms, and I couldn't be happier.
Did you see this? Jacob Stone, billionaire Playboy scores again.
Your grandfather's condition is declining rapidly. You need to make a decision. Will you do the experimental treatment?
How am I going to pay for it?
No money, no treatment.
It's time to settle down. Show the board that you can offer stability. Show them who you really are.
Hi, I'm Jacob Stone.
I know who you are. CEO of Stone Hospital Group.
I need you to fake marry me. I'll pay for your grandfather's treatment.
Fine, I'll do it. I'll marry you.
Please spare me the romantic nonsense. We both know why you're really here. Gold digger.
It was fake at first, but then I fell in love with you. But to save you now, am I going to have to break your heart?
You're going to have a lot more problems than just your grandfather's health.
I thought I loved Jacob Stone, but before I marry him, I'm gonna have to destroy him.